South Jersey's home for the Sixers and Flyers.
Yeah! He scored! A two-hand jam!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station.
Happy Hour Friday meets Football Friday. Labor Day weekend edition of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig hanging out with you here on 97.3 ESPN FM. And, of course, on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. Man, it was pretty sweet to have the Phillies win last night. See some college football wins go well last night. It's a good time, man. It's a good time. Final day, I'll be filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, as he will be back after Labor Day weekend. We got a lot to get to on the show today. Still to come, Mike Gill from the Press of Atlantic City for his Friday visit with the show on 97.3 ESPN. Bob Wankel from Crossing Broadway joining us coming up at 3:20 p.m. Andrew DeCecco, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast at 4 p.m. Happy Hour with PT at 5 p.m. And then Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer, at 5:25. And, of course, you can all join the conversation as you do each and every day here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, you can direct message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free. Thanks, First Bank of Seattle City. Look, I'm still shocked the Phillies won that game yesterday. I'm being completely honest. I don't even know how. I don't even know exactly what went off for them that they won the game yesterday, but we will get into that during the show today. The Eagles continue to work on their roster, shall we call it, as they are now still about 9 days away from the start of the season. And, of course, the Eagles have already made another move between yesterday afternoon and today when we talked. So we will get into that as well here on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, we'll keep you updated on the latest news. And don't forget, later in the show, we will get to my Football Friday picks brought to you by my friends over at FanDuel Sportsbook. But before I get to the Eagles stuff, I got to start with the Phillies. You know, it's Labor Day weekend, and this is a time of year where, because the Phillies were bad for so many years, in some ways, you just mentally turned off the Phillies. You didn't visually stop watching them maybe 100%. You know, if they were on TV, you'd sit down and watch the game for a while, but it just wasn't a priority for you, right? It wasn't something that was the most important thing. Because of the NFL, because of college football, September marks football season to me. You know, after Labor Day weekend, it's the end of the seasonal summer here at the Jersey Shore. And it's a beautiful day outside after the storms pass. And it's like you're ready for football. You're ready to turn that page mentally and physically and all those things. But yet, guess what? The Phillies are staying in relevance. They are forcing you to pay attention to them. And I got to be honest, it's a little weird. Because, like I said, how many years were the Phillies just bad football teams? Year after year, the Phillies just were not good. And as a result, you have a situation where now it's like you got to have to recalibrate your mind. Look, I get it. People like Billy Schweim, they're so thrilled that the Phillies are winning and they're doing well. But for people like me, it's conflicted. Because it's like they played the garbage at one point. And then all of a sudden, they turn around and they start winning games. And by the way, They have done something in the last 7 games that has not been done in almost 100 years. That's right. Your Philadelphia Phillies have scored 7 or more runs in 7 straight games for the first time since 1933. They've won 6 of those games consecutively. And I still don't know exactly how they scored 7 runs in that Diamondbacks loss they had a couple weeks ago. But still, 7 straight games, 7 or more runs. And it's all been since Rhys Hoskins was basically done for the year. It's absolutely insane to me and absolutely wild that this team is where it is right now. I think this is absolutely insane. I really do. And it's amazing on one hand to watch, but on the other hand, you're conflicted because you look at the Phillies and you're like, should I get excited? Should I be happy? Should I want to invest in this team? Because on one hand, you're supposed to beat the Nationals and the Diamondbacks, and now you got 3 in Miami against the Marlins, right? You're supposed to beat teams like these bad baseball teams. But on the flip side, how confident are we really in this team? Look, they're probably going to win at least 2 out of 3 against Miami this weekend. They're a hot team right now. Miami's not. Let's just be realistic. And then you go to Milwaukee. You're probably going to lose the Woodruff game because you got Matt Moore going for you. But the other 2 Milwaukee games are certainly winnable. Peralta is coming back from an injury, so he hasn't pitched in a little while. So who knows how fresh he is. He might be a little rusty around the edges. And Nola goes against one of their worst starters from Milwaukee on Tuesday. So the next 6 games of this road trip, it's not unreasonable you say you win 3 or 4 out of the next 6 games. And then you come home against the Rockies, who apparently for some reason forget how to hit on the road. And you have 4 games against them. And then you have 3 against the miserable Chicago Cubs, which are basically as pathetic as the Nationals right now because they trade away their entire roster. So for the next 2 weekends, as we are, people like me, salivating, dying for, excited for, the anticipation is through the roof for football, the Phillies are right there tapping us on the shoulder saying, don't forget about me. It's almost like if anybody's ever seen that meme of the guy walking through the store with his girlfriend in his hand, he turns around and watches the girl walk by and she gives him a dirty look. I don't know who's who in that situation. I feel like the Phillies are the one with the giving a dirty look and the football is the one walking away kind of thing. It's such a strange thing because for me, like I said, people like myself, we are diehard football people. We watch football every night it's on, but the Phillies, they're distracting us. They're taking our attention away from the game. You know, we got 2 awesome games tonight in college football. And I promise you one of them is going to be on my Football Friday picks. On 973 ESPN at 6 p.m. tonight, we have number 10 North Carolina going to Blacksburg to play Virginia Tech. Awesome game for the ACC right there. Also, Michigan State going to Northwestern. 2 teams that are trying to establish themselves as contenders in the Big Ten. Especially considering the fact that last night, I don't know if you guys saw it, but Minnesota gave Ohio State a game. So either Minnesota is way better than some people expected, or Ohio State is vulnerable. Because guess what? That spread for Ohio State and Minnesota didn't cover. So the odds makers underestimated either Minnesota or overestimated Ohio State. And as a result, what happens now? Well, what happens now is you look around the Big Ten and you're wondering who's the team that can give Ohio State a hard time, because if Minnesota gave them a challenge in the game, Who's next? By the way, Penn State plays Wisconsin tomorrow. You can hear that game at 12 o'clock following the Locker Room with Billy Schweim here on 97.3 ESPN. So what's going on in the Big Ten? It's football season. I love football. But the Phillies are hanging around. And they're doing it because their hitters finally woke up. Never in a million years did I expect this team to be this Jekyll and Hyde. I don't understand how this team back in July was the team that couldn't pitch and was purely winning games on hitting. Then in August, their pitching turned around and became very reliable, and their hitting disappeared for a 10-game period. And now all of a sudden, 7 games. Think about this. The first 8 games of August, they won all those games. Then the next 10 games, they were averaging 2.3 runs a game. And now they've gone 7 straight games scoring 7 or more runs. This team is in contention. They're 2 games behind in the National League East. And I don't know if you should raise a glass and say, how about them Phils? Or if you should down a shot saying, man, these Phillies are going to disappoint me because they're going down to Miami. It's absolutely insane. And again, when I look at the Phillies, it's just amazing they're trying to steal the spotlight. And they're doing it in against all odds. Because as I told you guys earlier in the week, all week we've had until today, every day has been Sixers news story after Sixers report, after Ben Simmons speculation, just bang, 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 4 days in a row. Just insane. 4 days in a row. Just winner, 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 winner. Just Sixers staying in conversation at a time of the year that it's usually impossible to give the NBA much attention. And yet the Phillies kept hanging around and poking you on the shoulder, telling you to give them attention, telling them that they're there. Phillies aren't going away. I can't believe I'm saying that. The Philadelphia Phillies are not going away. It is absolutely amazing that this Philly situation is what it is. And I'm looking forward to the weekend because you got Phillies for 3 games in Miami, college football tonight, tomorrow all day, Sunday night, Monday night. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to see Shang-Chi this weekend because if anybody knows me well enough, who's listened to me here on 97.3 ESPN or who's listened to my Mutant Blitz podcast over the years, follow me at Josh Hennig on Twitter. I'm a big, comic book movie guy, and I've been watching these movies. I've been watching these things for a long time. And I got a lot of expectations for Shang-Chi. And you know what? It's good to have movies back. It's good to have football back. And it's good to have baseball. And I'm literally squeezing my Sunday into a Phillies early in the afternoon, movies late afternoon, college football late at night. Because I'm that kind of person. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. I did mention the Sixers, and I'd be remiss if I don't mention the latest story because, like I said, this Ben Simmons Sixers stuff, I'll get to the Eagles in a minute, all right? Because the Eagles news, actually, I'll get to it now, all right? The Eagles released Graylen Arnold. And the reason why that's significant is because the Eagles continue to have this ebb and flow with their roster. They claimed another guy from the Indianapolis Colts to add to the defense, which made Graylen Arnold expendable. I would very much expect this Eagles roster to make a couple more changes between now and game day because this team has a complete fluidity to it. And the Eagles, I think, are preparing for the possibility that Rodney McLeod may not play. He may not play week 1. I understand he's been at practice, limited, with that huge knee brace on his knee. But I seriously don't have a ton of confidence that McLeod is going to go week 1. So just keep that in mind. Just keep in mind that you have a situation where you're going to have a couple guys who aren't going to play week 1, who are currently on the active roster. And listen, in football, you can inactive guys. All 53 guys don't play on Sunday. There's only the majority of the roster plays on Sunday, or Monday or whatever day they play during the week. So in the NFL, Rodney McLeod can be on the roster, but not active for the first week of the season. And I think there's a strong possibility, considering who's on the roster currently, them claiming the cornerback chair from the Colts, the fact that they have Elijah Riley on the practice squad. Don't be surprised if they go in to week 1 and your starting safeties are Harrison Smith and Marcus Epps, and your backup safeties are Kevon Wallace and Elijah Riley. And then Rodney McLeod is inactive for week 1. I'm just warning you guys. I'm giving you, what is that, 9 days warning? It's September 3rd. The Eagles play on September 12th. You got 9-day warning. If it happens, don't be crying and sweating on Sunday. Just know that your friend Josh Hennig warned you this was coming. By the way, we'll get to your messages in a little bit, of course, here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging out with you here on the Sports Bash. Of course, don't forget Mike Gill from the Press of Atlantic City will join us coming up at 2:40 to get more into the Phillies. And we'll ask him a little bit about the Sixers because, here's what happened. All right. Another report came out that apparently Ben would be open to be trading to Cleveland. All right. And this is the quote from an Eastern Conference executive. Quote, Ben Simmons is super close to Darian Garland because they share the same agency in Clutch. That's one of the driving factors in his openness to going to Cleveland, said an Eastern Conference executive who went on to say, Ben also wants a fresh start with a team where he clearly can be the best player and he get that treatment there. More than anything, he just wants to be wanted and appreciated, unquote. Now, two things about this little snippet from this story, okay? Number one, it's coming from somebody who covers the Cavaliers. So when they say something like Eastern Conference executive, that probably means an executive with the Cavs. It's like, and no offense to any NBA beat reporter, but if you cover a beat and you are somebody who is dialed into your organization, and then you write an article that says blah, blah, blah executive, 90% of the time, it's somebody who is either in the organization you're currently covering, or the other 10% is it's an executive or somebody who works in an organization that you used to cover. So, and I'm not trying to, call anybody out per se, but I'm going to use an example here. So let's say you have an NBA reporter who started their career covering the Warriors, then later covered the Sixers, and then now is covering the Utah Jazz. And that person says, sources say this. It's very highly likely that their sources are either in the Golden State organization, the Sixers organization, or the Jazz organization, or someone who at one point worked for one of those teams. So consider the source. This report is coming from Evan Dammarell. Now, Evan is somebody who is heavily dialed in to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Okay? But he's also somebody who works with WKYC 3 News, the NBC affiliate in the Cleveland area. So he covers the team very closely. He works with the television network out there. So if I'm reading this story right, and again, I'm trying to disseminate information for all of you out there, it sounds like people in the Cavs organization believe that Ben Simmons would make sense for them. And I don't know if they're trying to sell themselves or the public on the idea of Ben Simmons coming there. But the end of the story is really the kicker. The quote being, more than anything, Ben Simmons wants to be wanted and appreciated. If there's ever been a point that proves to you what I've been telling you guys for multiple months now, that Ben Simmons needs help outside of basketball, that proves it. I told you guys on game night here on 97.3 ESPN, the day after that series ended, and I've said it multiple times since, and as far as I know, this has not happened. Ben Simmons needs to get personal help. I don't know if he needs to see a shrink, a sports psychologist, if he needs to see a pastor, if he needs to go to Bible study, if he needs to go travel to Thailand. I don't know what he needs to do, but he needs something. Because if you are a 25-year-old man, okay, he's not a kid, he's not 16, he's not 18. This is a 25-year-old man who says he wants to be wanted and appreciated. You got some personal problems. When Ben Simmons caught that ball under the basket and didn't dunk it and he passed it, the look on his face was of pure, he did not want the moment. I'm telling you guys, and I will keep telling you until it's proven otherwise. Ben Simmons' problems are not basketball related. They are mental and emotional. He lives in a world where he was coddled and put on a pedestal for most of his life. Unlike other athletes who are playing the NBA right now, he did not come from poverty. He did not come from bad home environment. He did not have to earn everything given to him. So the moment life got hard, you know what he says to the media? I'm a 3-time All-Star. When anyone questions him, he brings up his resume. Because for Ben Simmons, his worth and his value are placed in what people think of him instead of what he believes in himself. Ben Simmons does not believe in himself on a fundamental level. It's a reason why he surrounds himself with people who like him and appreciate him and want to tell him, yes, you're the best. I love you. You're great. Listen, that's all well and good if you're a Hollywood star, okay? But for a basketball player playing the NBA, being criticized, being talked about, Ben Simmons is concerned about being wanted and appreciated. Because his own self-worth is based in exterior things and not on his own self-belief. He's super close to Darian Garland. He's friends with Karl Anthony Towns. Good friends, apparently. He wants to play with his friends. He wants to hang out with his friends. He wants to be with his clique, his group, his people. Whatever you want to call it. Ben Simmons is the opposite of a player that you want in a blue-collar city like Philadelphia. Ben Simmons is not, as people have called it, a motivated self-starter. Ben Simmons is all bent up in his feelings. And until Ben Simmons becomes honest with himself, because admitting you have a problem is the first step in the recovery, then guess what? Ben Simmons is never going to be more than just an all-star. All right, we'll get to your messages coming up on the other side. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget, you can message the show through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. Eagles, Phillies, Ben Simmons, college football weekend. We got you covered until 6 p.m. tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
Tomorrow, college football on ESPN Radio is back.
Welcome, everybody, to the college football season.
It's a monster opening weekend showdown as the third-ranked Clemson Tigers face the fifth-ranked Georgia Bulldogs.
For the first time in a long time, the Bulldogs' deep threat can bite.
Run it. Number 3, Clemson. Number 5, Georgia. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7 Eastern. The nation's top college football action on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station.
New Jersey car owners, stop what you're doing and come see AJ, the trade-in man, at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Cancel that service appointment. Let your tires go bald. Don't put another penny in that old car. The value of your current vehicle has skyrocketed, so cash in your vehicle now. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. New 2021 Nissan Frontier 4x4 truck. 0 due at signing. Lease $349 per month. Stuck in a loan or lease? We can get you released. We'll buy your car for cash, even if you don't buy a car from us. Worried about your credit? Don't sweat it. Get $3,000 back on every 2021 Nissan Murano and pay 0 interest for 60 months in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Rate qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR based on $1,667 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't be combined. 36-month, 10,000 miles per year lease. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Don't miss the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show 4 days only, September 9th to the 12th at the Golden Nugget Marina. Free self-parking, live entertainment, kids under 12 free. Buy advance discount tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM. 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Sports Bash being brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey. For your next local or long distance move, Clark's Moving and Storage is your first call. They're dependable and always show up. Visit them online at clarksmoving.net. We'll be talking Phillies and Sixers coming up with Mike Gill from the Press Atlantic City at 2:40 p.m. Also, Phillies talk with Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad at 3:20. And Football at 4, Andrew the Checo will join us from InsideTheBirds.com. As promised, I always have to get to your guys' messages throughout the show. Keep them coming in throughout the show as it's Football Friday. It's Happy Hour Friday. We're here to have a good time today here on 97.3 ESPN. Hope if you're out and about, if you're enjoying the weather instead of me, please take an extra breath of fresh air. If you're out having a drink, have one for me. Raise a glass for me. Whatever you got to do, because I am here today and I am here tomorrow. And then I get to relax. But I still got to work for 2 more days. So if you're out there, I appreciate you listening wherever you're listening, on your car radio, on your radio out and about, on your phone, online. There's a plethora of ways to consume the show. We appreciate you joining us as you do each day here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN.com. A lot of stuff to digest today on the show, and we'll get to your messages here on 97.3 ESPN. Darren in Millville chimes in and says, I've changed my tune from a couple weeks ago. The Eagles don't stink. The Phillies don't stink, and my girlfriend didn't piss me off, so she doesn't stink. And again, Rolling Rock and Crown Apple out of the freezer. So for those who missed it, Darren from Millville was having a bad time. And between the Eagles' horrible preseason loss, where nobody played the 1 week, and then the next week, nobody played again, Darren was having a rough time. Darren in Millville. And at the time when the Eagles were confusing us all, the Phillies were playing like garbage. And apparently him and his girlfriend were having a tough situation. Darren, I always advise you, if you love your girlfriend, just talk it out. Tell her how you feel. Tell her how your teams are affecting you. Because you know what? If you let her know what's going on with you, she's going to be much more understanding. On my experience, people are understanding if you're upfront with them. If you don't tell them what you're going through. Like, one of the commercials I hate on TV is, there's this stupid stickers commercial on TV that I see all the time where this guy walks in the room and says, sees his significant other. I don't know if they're married or not. They don't explain in the commercial. It's got a 50-second commercial. But the guy says, what's wrong to his significant other? She's just staring at the window. And she looks back at him and says, nothing. And then slowly turns her head back to the window like there really is something wrong. And he walks out of the room and they say, basically they say you should grab a Snickers and make things better. But the point is that that's stupid. If you got something going on, if you got something wrong, you got to communicate that stuff. If you bury stuff, if you assume things, you know what the phrase about assuming is? They make what's out of both of us, okay? This is a PG program. I can't say that word on the radio. But you know what I mean. Assumptions make bleeps out of both of us, okay? So, you know what, Darren? Tell your girlfriend that your teams affect you. And if she cares about you as much as you care about her, you know what? She'll be understanding. So go have that Rolling Rock. Break out that Crown Apple out of the freezer. Have a good weekend. The Phillies are going to beat the Marlins at least 2 out of 3. There's some great college football this weekend. And the Eagles are 9 days away from debuting. Darren, have a good weekend, my friend. I appreciate you listening to the show here on 97.3 ESPN. Another message came in from an anonymous messenger, and I think it's anonymous because the person is trying to play gotcha with me. The message says, Ohio State covered the minus 13.5. That, my friend, is where you don't try to play gotcha with the guy who's got a stickler for detail. Okay? So, according to online, Here were the numbers at the books before the game started last night. All right. Unibet, Ohio State, 14.5. Bet Rivers, 14.5. Parks, 14.5. DraftKings, 14. Bet MGM, 14. My People, FanDuel Sportsbook, 14.5. I don't see anywhere on this list 13.5. So you must have gotten a weird number somewhere, buddy. I know my numbers, and I double-checked them. I knew that number wasn't right. It didn't cover. It was either a push or you just lost. There is nowhere I have in front of me that was 13.5. So guess what? Ohio State didn't cover anywhere in New Jersey. Now, if you got that number somewhere else, that's on you. Let's give them one more message before we bounce to the break here on 97.3 ESPN. James chimes in and says, Josh, I'm glad Vince Velasquez is not with the Phillies. See, today's a day to be grateful. Darren's grateful that everyone doesn't stink, and James is grateful that Velasquez isn't pitching right now. See, we all have things to be appreciative of here on a happy hour Football Friday here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up next, we'll talk with Mike McGarry about all different things here on a Friday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free, thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Tomorrow on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA football, it's a top 20 showdown in the Big Ten as the 12th-ranked Wisconsin Badgers host the number 19 Penn State Nittany Lions. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join Tiki Barber and me for all the action as these two Big Ten elites square off in an early season matchup. It's Wisconsin and Penn State. If it's college football, it's right here.
Coverage begins at noon on 97.3 ESPN.
You know, New Jersey farmers work hard all year long to provide us with delicious Jersey fresh fruits and vegetables. This is New Jersey Secretary of Agriculture Doug Fisher. When you buy Jersey Fresh, you're guaranteed that it's local and you're supporting our farmers. Stay loyal to local.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, filling for Mike Gill on a happy hour Friday, a football Friday here on 97.3 ESPN FM, and of course the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Joining us right now to get more into the topics today, we've discussed about some of the Sixers, a little bit about the Phillies. Mike McGarry joins the Sports Bash, and his appearance being brought to you by Calvi Electric. Calvi Electric is now offering residential services for your home and business. Visit them online at calvielectric.com. And as always, Mike McGarry joins us virtually here on 97.3 ESPN on the video stream. And Mike joins us now. Mike, how you doing today?
Doing well, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing well, but I'm kind of in a weird situation because, you know, this time of year, it's football time. High school football, college football, NFL is next weekend. And the Phillies keep tapping on my shoulder saying, we're not going away yet.
Well, we can do two things at once, right? We can follow baseball and get ready for football. We're talented guys. We can do both. And like we said, pointed out last week that this past 7 days was going to be a key period for the Phillies. Not only were they playing bad teams in the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Washington Nationals, but the Braves were playing good teams and the Giants and the Dodgers, and it couldn't have worked out any better for the Phillies, who wake up today 2 games out of first place after the Nationals gift-wrapped a game for them yesterday afternoon.
Mike, yesterday marks the 7th straight game the Phillies have scored 7 or more runs. According to Baseball Reference, that has not happened since 1933 for the Phils. If I would have told you the Phillies would have done something for the first time in almost 100 years, I think we all would have basically shook our heads at that.
Or we would have said it would have been a negative, right? Not a positive or something. Right. Like the bullpen had blown leads in 7 straight games or something like that. But the bats have come alive. Look, there's the Phillies did what they had to do. I mean, the Nationals are barely a double-A team, I think. To call them a triple-A team might be an insult to triple-A.
Right.
And they finally beat up on the Diamondbacks last weekend. Now they go down to Miami, a place that is not where they've kind of struggled in the past. But Miami was just swept by the New York Mets, so they're reeling a little bit. And then it's out to Milwaukee to finish up this 9-game road trip. On the flip side of it, the Braves' schedule now does lighten up considerably. There's a lot of Rockies on that schedule. They beat the Rockies last night, but you never know what's going to happen in a game out in Colorado. So you never know what's going to happen out there. And I think the Braves have one more series with the Giants, who are kind of starting to leak a little transmission fluid also as we head towards the finish line here. So it'll be interesting to see, how it unfolds, but the Phillies have put themselves in position 2 games back. I still say the goal now is to be when they get to that series in Atlanta, the final week of the season. I think it's a 3-game series. I think they'll have 6 games left at that point. I think it's to be within, 2 games of Atlanta, be within striking distance when they get to that final series in Atlanta the last week in September.
Mike, when you think about overall the Phillies being in contention, realistically, like realistic contention at this point, do you think they have the talent to sustain it? Because they can't sustain 7 runs or more every game forever. This is not going to be an offense going to out-hit everybody every night.
I would agree with that. What they do have the talent to sustain, and it didn't happen yesterday with the way Nola pitched, and he's had some disappointing Septembers, and it's not a good sign that his first start in September was so poor yesterday. But that starting pitching should be good enough to keep them in games. Nola, Wheeler, Ranger Suarez, Kyle Gibson, and I guess the occasional Matt Moore start, though, with a lot of days off in September. You're probably going to be able to work around him. That starting pitching should be enough to keep them in every game. It wasn't the case yesterday. They fall behind 6-0. But again, the Nationals double-A team, a double play ground ball is hit right at the second baseman in the 8th inning, would have ended the inning, and the Nationals still would have been up a run. It goes right through his legs. But the Phillies take advantage. So their hope is the starting pitching, and I also like their bullpen. I mean, Ian Kennedy is not pretty in the closer spot. He rarely gets through an inning clean, but he's a gutsy veteran, and so far he has nailed down some wins that I think the Phillies probably would have blown earlier in the season.
Mike McGarry joining us here on the Sports Bash Friday edition on 97.3 ESPN at AC Press McGarry on Twitter. Check out all of his coverage over at pressofatlanticcity.com. You mentioned in your must-win column, Mike, about Bryce Harper, and I think that we talked about earlier this week. There's a massive contrast going on right now between what we're seeing going on with the Sixers and a guy like Bryce Harper who has completely embraced the essence of being an athlete in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think he's embraced not only being an athlete in Philadelphia, but I think an athlete in the Northeast. I think it's the same in Boston. I think it's the same in New York. I think it's the same in Philadelphia. I think the passion in all three cities is the same. And guys who have come here have had trouble adjusting to it. Look 90 miles up the road to the New York Mets and Francisco Lindor and the troubles that he's had, basically. But Harper from day one has not made a bad move on or off the field. I really think this season he's having is kind of being underplayed. It's kind of being lost in a haze of, Ben Simmons and who's the Eagles starting quarterback.
And Mike McGarry just froze there for a moment, so we'll try to get him back on here on 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, Mike just was going on a great run there, and then he just froze up. So we'll try to get Mike McGarry back on here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN as we wait for Mike McGarry to join us back on the show. And, of course, Mike McGarry's appearance being brought to you by Calvi Electric, now offering residential services for your home and business. Visit them online at calvielectric.com. We'll just let Mike McGarry know that his video froze. So we'll let him know real quick. I'm by myself here in the studio, so please forgive me for a moment here, folks. Gotta just let him know that because he froze mid-sentence there, and I was really wanting oh, what are you saying? What are you talking about? And then, oh man, that's the blessing and curse of technology. Anybody who knows me, I talk about this all the time. There's a blessing and curse technology. On one hand, it's amazing the things we could do. On the other hand, when one thing goes off, everything goes off. But I believe we got Mike back now. Mike, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. I think a little internet blip up here in Howell, basically. There you go.
So we left you off with you were talking. You started going into the fact of the Sixers stuff.
Right. I think what I was saying was Harper has kind of adjusted so well, and I kind of went into the column for reasons why I think that is. And another reason I think that sort of came to me today, I was out walking my dog and thinking about it, was I think Harper's a fan, right? I know he's a big Ohio State football fan. He's a big fan of the Las Vegas Golden Knights hockey team. So I think maybe he understands kind of a fan's mentality towards the game himself. But again, he's been he's been excellent so far. And when a team gives somebody over $300 million, it's almost like you're partnering up, basically. You're partners, basically. Bryce Harper doesn't work for the Phillies. He's almost partners with the Phillies. And I think the Phillies have picked the right guy so far,
Now, with that being said, it's interesting because I mentioned the contrast. Mike, I was saying earlier, I don't think Ben Simmons is built to be in a city like Philadelphia at all. I think Ben, just based on the reports this week, he wants to play with Darius Garland. He wants to play with Karl Anthony. He wants to play with his friends. He wants to be wanted. He wants to be accepted. And it's like, if you're that emotionally, not stable and needing outside influence to impact who you are, Philadelphia is not the place for you. He just needs to go somewhere that just is not going to be hard on him, basically.
Yeah, that's the NBA though these days. Guys want to get together with friends. Look at the Brooklyn Nets. Go back to LeBron James teaming up with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh with the Miami Heat. I think that's the NBA. When I look at the Simmons situation. I still think Simmons is an excellent NBA player. He's an all-star. He's a defensive force. He's just not a good fit in Philadelphia. And that's one of the dangers of the process, right, is that you got these picks and you're just going to pick guys. You're going to pick the most talented guy, and you didn't really know how they were going to fit together. Well, it turns out Embiid and Simmons are just not a good fit. And Embiid is better than Simmons, so the Sixers choose Embiid. And Simmons has to go somewhere else. That doesn't mean if Simmons goes somewhere else, I think he can go some places and thrive. He's just not a good fit here in Philadelphia, and I think he recognizes that. And the most glaring sign of that was, with 2 minutes to go in Game 7, he was on the bench. So that'll tell you, where you fit in if you're benched in the fourth quarter of playoff games.
Yeah, listen, I feel like I'm kind of almost close to the majority of fans. I'm tired. I'm tired of Ben Simmons. I'm tired of the whole fiasco. I just want the organization to move on for everyone's sanity.
Yeah, I think that's what Ben Simmons is trying to do by these stories coming out and floating stories that he's going to hold out and everything else. I think he's trying to force the Sixers to act. If I'm the Sixers, I'm patient. I let this thing play out. If Simmons wants to hold out in training camp, so be it. But I'm certainly not letting Ben Simmons pressure me into making a deal for C.J. McCollum. I mean, please, I am not letting Simmons force me into making a trade that I don't want to make right now. So unfortunately for that, it could play out a little longer. But I agree. The videos, another video came out today. It's how come maybe it's just because Simmons gets the most attention, but how come I don't see videos of, James Harden practicing in the summer or Kevin Durant practicing in the summer? All I see is videos of, is he the only NBA guy who plays basketball in July and August? I mean, why are we forced to see so many videos of him?
Well, remember the story with Jimmy Butler that he purposely cut himself off from the world. He went to a wilderness tavern and went to a basketball court that no one ever heard of to work out for his summer. Maybe everyone else is just working out in private and Ben just wants attention.
Yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Simmons should take the Rocky IV approach of going to a barn in Siberia to work on his conditioning and his technique and reappear. Because honestly, he can post all the videos he wants. He can play. He can be an NBA All-Star next year for whatever team he plays with. But nothing he does matters on a basketball court as far as the judgment of what type of player he is until the fourth quarter of next year's playoff games.
Mike, before I let you go, we have an interesting weekend, of course, in high school football as well. Of course, the Holy War game. St. Joseph Hamilton versus Holy Spirit. We also got some other interesting games throughout the weekend as well. What are you looking forward to right now in high school football?
Well, we got some, like you said, a great game coming up tonight. Holy Spirit hosts St. Joe. Holy Spirit number 1, our Elite 11. St. Joe number 3. They're always two of the state's best teams. They're kicking off 6 p.m. in Absecon. It's a game for bragging rights. There's playoff implications, everything else. Some other great games tonight. You've got, Absegami at Atlantic City. Atlantic City opening up the season there. 2 good quarterbacks, and Eric Strecker of Atlantic City and Ray Weed of Absegami. You've got St. Augustine hosting Notre Dame. And an interesting highlight there is the Notre Dame quarterback is the grandson of the former Millville coach, Tony Cerace. So that's interesting. And, as far as last night, I was at Ocean City, and Ocean City beat Hamilton 24-0. And Ocean City, 2-0 start, haven't allowed a point so far this season. They're a very good football team. They played an efficient physical game. So I think they're a team to watch. And, of course, Millville, continued to roll last night, beating Mainland 62-0. So Millville, a lot of talent, including that freshman Lozier Brooks, 2 more touchdowns last night, 2 more scholarship offers this week from Texas A&M and UCLA. So if you can get out and see the Thunderbolts this year, make that drive out to Wheaton Field in Millville or wherever they're playing on the road to watch them play.
All the coverage over at pressofatlanticcity.com. Follow Mike McGarry on Twitter at AC Press McGarry, and he joins us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Mike, there's no show on Monday, so you can talk to Mike Gill on Wednesday.
All right, I'll see you on Wednesday, Josh. Thank you.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Yes, Mike Gill will be back after Labor Day weekend, so we will get back to regular 97.3 programming next week, but you got me for at least one more day, and then an extended weekend for all of us here at 97.3 ESPN. Always good to talk to Mike McGarry. More Phillies talk coming with Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad at 3:20 p.m. By the way, shout out Jacob Wilson of Ocean City High School. 172 yards in that win last night. 2 rushing touchdowns. Awesome performance by him. More football talk coming up here on the Sports Bash.
Saturday morning in the locker room with Billy Schweim, Scott McKay and I will take a closer look at the NFC East. Do the Eagles have enough talent to win it? Then, with the Phillies playing meaningful baseball in September, we'll talk baseball with the former Phillies outfielder who played on that crazy 93 team, Milt Thompson. Milt will talk about the Phillies' chances. It's the locker room with Billy Schweim, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app.
Sportsbook at Resorts Casino.
South Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, me too.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. Happy Hour Friday, Football Friday, here on the Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Of course, it's free. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. Still to come, more Phillies talk with Bob Wankel. Phillies have won 6 straight, 2 games back in the NL East. We'll get his perspective on the Phils, plus football and for Andrew the Checo from the InsideTheBirds.com, the Inside the Birds podcast. We'll get into him with what's going on with the Eagles, latest roster changes, making some modifications as they are 9 days away from the start of the season. And CBS Sports NFL writer Jeff Kerr will join us at 5:25. Happy Hour with PT at 5 p.m. And Football Friday picks a little bit later in the show. We will get to them as well. And of course, my Football Friday picks being brought to you by my friends over at FanDuel Sportsbook. College football is back, and FanDuel Sportsbook is making Week 1 even more exciting because right now, all customers get a risk-free bet on any Week 1 game. Yes, place a Week 1 college football bet and get a refund in site credit if you don't win. Offers like this are just one of the reasons I love betting on college football with FanDuel Sportsbook. They're the number 1 rated app in America because FanDuel is easy to use, safe and secure with fast payouts. New to FanDuel Sportsbook? Sign up with promo code Hennig to also get a risk-free bet up to $1,000. That's promo code Hennig for new users on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older to play and present in New Jersey. Refund issues non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max refund $10 unless otherwise indicated. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So we'll probably get to the football picks in about I don't know, probably 90 minutes from now. I'll probably hit that up here on 97.3 ESPN. It might help if I had the right sheet in front of me. It's just one of those days, folks. It's Friday. We're all out here having a good time. Just some craziness out there in the world. We're just working through it here. As I mentioned, the Phillies is still in our attention. Football is here. And, of course, the Ben Simmons stuff just doesn't seem to want to go away 100%. So we'll keep you updated on all those fronts. And, of course, you can message us throughout the show here on 97.3 ESPN as you listen to us on your radio, in your car, through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, which is free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. And, of course, you can catch us on 97.3 ESPN.com. So whether you're listening on your radio, through the app on your phone, online, watch the show, listen to the show, wherever you want to consume the show, we are here for you here on 97.3 ESPN. I wanted to re-highlight the little Eagles news that did come out overnight because it didn't come down when we had Football at 4 yesterday, which was the Eagles have released Graylin Arnold. And in many ways, that's a direct reaction, in my opinion, to them claiming Andre Chicher from the Indianapolis Colts. And the thing with Andre is Andre is a guy who can play corner. He can play safety. He's someone who knows what Jonathan Gannon wants and expects from a defense. So don't be surprised if we see some Andre on the football field, Andre Chicher on week 1 of the season. I don't think he's starting, though. I think your starters, because I said before, it's becoming more and more apparent to me that the status of guys like Rodney McLeod is TBD, to be determined, because it seems like more and more that this team didn't put guys like McLeod and Davion Taylor on the reserve injured list for the most part because they expect them to be back within the first 3 weeks. If you put a guy on the injured reserve, you can designate him to return after 3 weeks. So the idea is that Davion Taylor, he could get on the field a couple weeks. Rodney McLeod, he can get on the field in a few weeks. Maybe not so much some of the other guys. We know Tyree Jackson, he isn't going to be on the field anytime soon, right? We know that guys like Jack Driscoll with the pec strain, he'll be out for a few weeks. Josiah Scott, the same deal. Hassan Ridgeway was re-signed to the active roster. They beef up the D-tackle. They recalibrated the practice squad. For the first time yesterday, they actually brought in players who are not on the training camp roster. Nick Eubanks, Keyshawn Johnson, and Marvin Wilson. So they brought in a tight end, a wide receiver, and a D-tackle to join the practice squad. And so Graylin Arnold is the odd man out that happened yesterday. So let me just get the exact time. When did that happen? That was almost 6 o'clock last night. So literally we go off the air and Graylin Arnold is like, go. So poor guy. Hey, listen, I think Graylin Arnold is a serviceable player. I don't think he's anything special, but the reason why it's significant to me is because, like I said, I don't know if Rodney McLeod's playing week 1. So to me, I'm concerned about the safety position moving forward. Because if McLeod can't play week 1, and we don't know how Kevon Wallace's groin is doing, we're not going to find out the full injury report until next week. Next week, we get the first full injury reports for this team. Everything has been kind of speculative. You didn't really know unless the Eagles wanted you to know the information. But starting next week are the mandatory injury reports. So how healthy is Kevon Wallace? How healthy is Rodney McLeod? What's Landon Dickerson's situation? He's on the roster. But is he going to be healthy enough to back up next week? Or do they have to call up someone like Suo Peta from the practice squad because Jack Driscoll is going to be out for at least the next couple weeks? So a lot of moving parts to keep an eye on, and we'll dig deeper into that with Andrew DeCecco coming up at Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast at 4 p.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN. As always, I'd like to hear from you guys throughout the show. Of course, you can message us in a multitude of ways, including a 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We always love to hear from you guys throughout the show. By the way, in the last hour, someone was telling me that Ohio State covered. But as I mentioned earlier in the show, it didn't cover any of the lines that I saw. So the message replied, I don't have a name on this individual, so I'm going to call him Mr. 215 because all I have is numbers in front of me. I don't actually have his name. But he says, according to CBS Sports, the Buckeyes were 13.5-point favorites from Caesars Sportsbook. All right, I mean, not denying that Caesars Sportsbook had a 13.5, but to be honest with you, I didn't have Caesars Sportsbook in front of me. And now that I look at one of the websites that I use to check odds, I don't have Caesars Sportsbook listed. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 sportsbooks listed on the site in front of me. One of them is not Caesars Sportsbook. So it very may well be that Caesars Sportsbook had a 13.5. And you know what? If you have Caesars Sportsbook, congratulations, you're a winner. But I'm just saying, all right? And I only can go off the information I have. I am a person who, if nothing else, I can be very literal. It's a blessing and a curse, all right? And like I said, if I scroll back down to what Ohio State was yesterday, before the game started, I will read it off for you guys again. Because maybe at Caesars Sportsbook, you covered the line. So listen, Mr. 215, good for you. But you know what? I only go off the numbers that I have. And if I pull up the numbers that I had yesterday, all right, the line opened at 14. And then in all the books that I have on front of me that I have options to access. I have 14 at BetMGM, 14.5 at Unibet, 14.5 at Bet Rivers, 14.5 at Parks, 14 at DraftKings, and then 14.5 at my friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. Promo code Hennig if you're a new user signing up. So, hey, if CBS Sports wants to use Caesar Sportsbook, that's fine. That's their prerogative. But I don't. I can't help you if you found the one book that covered the Ohio State spread. You know what I mean? Like, congratulations. You found the one book that covered. All right. But guess what? Ohio State won by 14 points. And at most books, that's a push. And at other books, it was 14.5. The hook lost you. And by the way, sometimes the hook can win you too, right? You know, it's a two-way street. Look at one of our winners we had yesterday. I went 2-1 on the pick yesterday. It was a half. 67.5. UCF beat Boise State late last night, 36-31. 36 plus 31 equals 67. The hook won last night in that situation. The hook can be your friend. It can be your enemy when it comes to making these picks. So, and you know what? I purposely had zero interest in picking the Ohio State-Minnesota game because that was a game. We talked to Doug Kazarian about this yesterday. When it comes to picking games, when it comes to analyzing sports odds and numbers and all that stuff, sometimes you just got to sit on the sideline and see what happens. Because I wanted to see what did Ohio State look like with a new quarterback. We knew that their starting center was not playing last night. We knew their best D tackle was not playing last night. Minnesota was returning almost all of their starters from last year. Starters who have played for the last 3 years together. And guess what happened? Minnesota was in it until Muhammad Ibrahim went down with that injury. As soon as Ibrahim went down with his injury, which looks like an ankle or an Achilles injury, you know what? It was game over. Ohio State could pull away and own the game. It was a good game last night. You heard it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Number 10, North Carolina going to Blacksburg to take on Virginia Tech. But it's another game I'm sitting back and watching. I know a lot of people want to jump on in that game, that +5, +5.5, depending on what book you're looking at. I'm telling you guys right now, I am a big believer in do not be manipulated. Do not be the person who has to feel like you have to bet a game or put down a wager. Because if you're that person, please call 1-800-GAMBLER and get yourself some help. Because the line opened at 6.5. Now it's 5.5. Depending on what book you go to, it's either 5.5 or 6 right now. Actually, at one book I saw was 5, actually. So, depending on what you're looking at, that's a game to stay away from. And that's the thing when it comes to any of this stuff. It's a definitely an interesting situation to keep an eye on. And I'll give you my full football picks a little bit later in the show. A couple more messages to get to you before we hit the break here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging out with you here on the Sports Bash. I'm going to completely admit that I'm probably going to botch this username of the person messaging in. For those who don't know, when you message into the show, a lot of times you don't always have somebody give their name. Sometimes it's just like a username. So like, yesterday, so what was that 2 days ago, it was Calvin from Wildwood, right? We also had a message from Doc Joe in Ocean City. I have no idea who Joe is or if he's a doctor or not, but he said he's Doc Joe from Ocean City. So today I have a message from Takeem the Dream. I have no idea if I said that right, but I'm just doing my best here, buddy. If I said it wrong, please forgive me, your username. But he says, Andre Chicherick can play corner and safety. He's a bigger body than Graylin Arnold is. His role will be on a team's utility defensive back that plays slot outside both safety spots, special teams. Yes, I don't disagree with that. That's pretty much what he was in Indianapolis. He was a utility knife guy. He was a guy who could do a little bit of everything. And also considering Jonathan Gannon coached defensive backs in Indianapolis, he's very familiar with what Andre can do. Takeem the Dream. But here's the thing. It's not that I wanted them to keep Grayland Arnold over Andre Teixeira. My point is that Grayland Arnold was here all through training camp. And he was on the practice. He wasn't even on the roster. He was on the practice squad. Andre Teixeira is going to the regular roster. Grayland Arnold was on the practice squad. It was just an interesting decision by the Eagles to cut a guy off the practice squad and prioritize other positions on the practice squad with 9 days ahead of the game. Actually, 10 days yesterday, but 9 days ahead of the game than it was anything else. I tend to believe that Andre Teixeira is here because of his connection to Jonathan Gannon. It's a history of what D coordinators do. They go out and get guys that are familiar with their systems. All right. We'll get more of your messages coming up a little bit later in the show. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash. Coming up next, we'll get back into the Phillies. Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad joins the show right here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City.
NCAA football. It's a top 20 showdown in the Big Ten as the 12th ranked Wisconsin Badgers host the number 19 Penn State Nittany Lions. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join Tiki Barber and me for all the action as these two Big Ten elites square off in an early season matchup. It's Wisconsin and Penn State. If it's college football, it's right here.
Coverage begins at noon on 97.3 ESPN.
Matt Platt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, and online at mattplattnissan.com. Help us celebrate when you get out of that old car, truck, or SUV and into a brand new Nissan with the Matt Platt Nissan Fast Track Checkout, available online at mattplattnissan.com. Our non-touch delivery and electronic paperwork ensures your safety comes first. Plus, Matt Platt Nissan wants your trade. Bring it in today and help us celebrate the all-new Matt Platt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, or visit us online, mattplattnissan.com.
You know, New Jersey farmers work hard all year long to provide us with delicious Jersey Fresh fruits and vegetables. This is New Jersey Secretary of Agriculture Doug Fisher. When you buy Jersey Fresh, you're guaranteed that it's local and you're supporting our farmers. Stay loyal to local.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN. 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike at Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. We'll get back into the Phillies now as the Phillies have won 6 straight games, and they've had 7 straight games of scoring 7 or more runs. The first time that has happened since 1933. The Phillies have had 7 straight games of 7 runs or more. So with that note, we bring Bob Wankel into the conversation. Bob, I never thought in a million years the Phillies offense would do something historic with Matt Vierling and Rafael Marchand in the lineup. How you doing?
I'm all right, man. It's like every time we talk, it's like one end of the spectrum or the other with this team. And, I mentioned on Monday that I'm waiting on a baby here, and it hasn't happened yet. So I haven't actually been covering the team this week or writing about them, but I've obviously kept an eye on things, and I'd be lying to you and everyone else listening if I told you that I had the Phillies scoring the way that they've scored this past week and kind of climbing back into this division race the way that they have. I don't really know how they're doing it, but here we are, and they've at least given themselves a shot here in the first week of September.
Bob, I'm convinced the Phillies don't even know how they're doing it because at the end of the day, if I've watched a couple of Girardi's post games, and he literally has the same look on his face when they win or lose. Like, no matter what, Girardi this week, he looks the same dude who, when they score 7 runs, when they score 2 runs, he always has a look on his face like, I don't know anything. I don't understand this team. It's actually kind of hilarious.
Yeah, it's amazing when you think about some of the lineups that this team's had, even just in this recent century here. I mean, you talk about the statistics that they've put up over the last week, and they've done it with guys like Rafael Marchand, like you said, and Vierling and Freddie Galvis, who doesn't look quite right to me at this point. And
Bob, Freddie Galvis, he basically totally messed up a play yesterday. Yeah. He should have fielded that ball, and he's your best fielder. He messed up. And that was the moment that I thought they were going to lose the game. I'm like, oh, man, if Freddie Galvis didn't make the play, they're going to lose this game. They came back to win.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you can't underestimate at this point is the ineptitude of that Nationals team. I mean, they are terrible. And, listen, the Phillies fall behind 6-0 yesterday, and it doesn't matter who you're playing. At that point, for you to like mount that comeback and come back the way that they did, it's impressive. I mean, a lot of teams could just say, not our day, we won the series, on to Miami. But for them to kind of bear down and put together some of the at-bats that they did, especially in that 8th inning, they were gifted, a couple additional outs, but they took advantage of it. And, there is something to be said for that from a character standpoint. And that's one thing I think you can really kind of hold on to here going down the stretch. And Atlanta's schedule is going to lighten up a little bit as well, but the Dodgers taking care of business the way that they did against the Braves this week. Like I said, I kind of thought that the Phillies might have one last gasp to get back into this a little bit. I didn't think it would happen nearly as quick as it did. And now you kind of have this 4-week sprint here where one of these teams is going to have to finish ahead of the other. And, I mean, would I pick the Phillies to do it? No, but frankly, I guess nothing would surprise me at this point.
Yeah, and especially considering the fact that, it's not like the Braves have the greatest pitching staff either. So, the Phillies pitching staff has actually been serviceable for the most part. Like, the starters have been fine. The bullpen has been, they haven't been bad like they were back in July, for goodness sake. So it's not like they can't win games, but it gets back to the schedule, Bob. The Phillies have a schedule where they got the Miami this weekend, 4 games at home against the Rockies, 3 at home against the Cubs, which are also a minor league team at this point, the Orioles, which are also a minor league team. Like, you got some teams out there that are way beatable, but you still have to win those games. And to me, that's the bigger thing. Like, it's all well and good, but you got to win the games in front of you.
Yeah, so when it comes to the schedule, there's 2 things I look at. Number one, I know that they had a little bit more success with the Marlins here the last couple times they've played them, but this is a stadium where it's so easy to just kind of get lulled to sleep. I mean, how many times have we seen this in recent years where they go down there, there's 3,000 people at the game, they just don't have the ability to kind of create their own energy, create their own juice. Certainly the stakes are high here. They have a lot to play for, but we'll see how they kind of respond to that environment. And you can never feel too good about it. And listen, they face a guy tonight in Jesus Luzardo who His previous 2 times out had been horrible. I mean, he had just gotten hit around. But then his last time out against an excellent Reds lineup was dominant. 6 innings, 1 hit, 8 strikeouts. So they're going to see a tough guy tonight that, is coming off of his best start since he's been with Miami for sure. And really probably one of his best performances since he's been in Major League Baseball. He's only 23 years old and he has a real high ceiling. So this is no easy task tonight. Moving beyond, though, the one that can kind of swing this in the short term, the Braves beat Colorado last night. They held on 6-5. But the Rockies are a team that's, 20 games over 500 at home this season. The Phillies are going to see, though, that Rockies team that's historically bad on the road next week. So, they have to hope that they can kind of get Colorado to respond, maybe win 2 out of the final 3 games of that series against the Braves, and then hopefully the Phillies could take advantage of just an absolutely dreadful road team. The Rockies are really one of the weirdest teams in the modern era in terms of their road-home splits. I mean, they always slant a little bit, but this is absurd. And so maybe the Phillies can take advantage of that break.
Yeah, my only other concern with the upcoming games as well is the Brewers had to recalibrate their pitching rotation because of a couple of different things. And now you were supposed to get their 3 worst pitchers. Well, now you're getting 2 of their better pitchers. You're getting Woodruff, you're getting Peralta, and by the way, you are getting the Rockies' best pitcher, Marquez, coming up. So the Phillies got some tough guys to face with this lineup of band of misfit toys.
Yeah, they do. They're really going to need to lean on their starting pitching. I mean, listen, Milwaukee's no joke. We talk so much about what the Padres did this offseason and some of the flashiness that they had going out to San Diego and, how good the Giants have really been up until this past week. And certainly the Dodgers, but really the Brewers and the way that they've been able to pitch this season. Not a great offense. They've hit the ball a little bit better here recently. But when you look at their starting pitching, it's just been absolutely lights out. And so the Phillies are going to have to match that. Now, they've gotten fairly good starting pitching here for the last month now. You look at certainly what Kyle Gibson's been able to bring to the table here, really stabilizing that rotation. Ranger Suarez has been fantastic. Zach Wheeler, he had a couple bumpy starts there, but you still have to feel really good about him moving forward. And again, though, and I hate to say this because sometimes I think we kind of get caught on these narratives. It's like Aaron Nola in September. And I think sometimes as a fan base and as a media, we can kind of make a bigger deal out of certain trends and certain players in certain spots than maybe we should. But this Aaron Nola September thing is real. He was okay last September, but then in that last start against Tampa Bay, he had imploded with the ability to make the playoffs in front of them. And then yesterday, he goes out against just a horrible Nationals lineup and had nothing. If he can't give them number 2, number 3 level production here, his final 5 times through the rotation, it's going to be really hard for this team to do it. He's such a key. And I know Joe Girardi says it's not just about one guy, it's about everyone. And that's true, but they need to get his best here for these last handful of starts that he has remaining.
Bob, with that being said, one of the conversations we've had for the last few months is, the Phillies got to make decisions this offseason, right? Dombrowski's going to have to improve this roster, and it's probably going to be through some trades. We've talked so much about Hoskins and Bohm. What about trading Nola? Is there a situation where maybe you put Nola into a trade package to improve this roster because you just maybe feel like that he's never going to be more than what he is?
Well, I certainly understand the philosophy in that and the wisdom behind trying to do something like that. Of course, the issue is you've seen him pitch so well, and you've even this year, though he struggled in the totality of the season, he's been so good at times. And so you have to kind of ask yourself, can we find a way to unlock this on a more consistent basis? And would you be selling low by trading Aaron Nola at this point? And that's certainly not what you want to do. So I think that really you have to kind of trust your self-scouting and people within the organization. The decision makers have to decide, hey, listen, are we going to be able to kind of get a little bit more out of him? Have we already seen the best of him? And what is going to be the market for him? And so I think that it's something that you could certainly consider. I don't think that he's an untouchable player or so, integral to this team that they couldn't do it. But you talk about moving him in order to improve the roster. There's got to be the right market for him in order to do that type of deal.
Bob Wengel from Crossing Broad joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, you can catch him on Twitter at Bob WankleCB. Bob, big picture, one of the things I asked at the beginning of the show was the Phillies, it's weird. It feels weird for them to be where they are right now because, let's be realistic, last year with all the COVID stuff and everything, it's hard to gauge last year. Last year was so weird for everybody. So to me, I go back to 2019, 2018, and all those years, they were just garbage baseball team, right? And this is the time of year that's like college football is this weekend, and the Eagles are 9 days away. And it's like, and then the Sixers are trying to budget on everybody's conversation this week with all the Ben Simmons stuff. But it's like, it just feels a little odd that every day the Phillies are just tapping you on the shoulder being like, hey, we're still here.
Yeah, we talked about this last Friday, I think. And I said, well, at least they brought everybody to the college football season, with the light schedule kicking off last weekend. I don't know what it's going to take. I really don't. I think that they're almost going to have to get into first place, I think, for the city to really go for this again. And the reason being is because we were just here a month ago with this team. We were just here 4 weeks ago where it was like, oh my God, they're in first place. They might actually make the postseason. And then to see them fall flat the way that they did, I just think that there's this reluctance, especially with college football now and the NFL coming back. I think there's just a reluctance from fans to really buy in, and I don't blame them. They've been burned by this team so many times in recent years, but they're very much in it. If you look at Fangraphs, you look at Baseball Reference, both websites do playoff projections. Each one puts them at about 33% chance to make the postseason. Atlanta's up there, around 70%. So bottom line is, like, this isn't a long shot. It's not a 1 in a million deal. They're not 6 games out. They're in it. And Atlanta's probably not good enough to run away with it. And this schedule probably won't let the Phillies fall out of it. But I do think that in combination with the fact that they just had a collapse where they fall out of first place, and you just look at the starting lineup and knowing that Rhys Hoskins is out and knowing that Aaron Nola isn't pitching the way that he's capable of. And I just think it's a hard sell for people right now.
It really is. And listen, for as much as I love sports, and I'm still watching them, obviously not just because I'm a fan, but because I cover the team and I just enjoy baseball. But I got to tell you, sometimes you're looking around, and if you want to go out or you're at home and you're flipping the channels and you got to make a decision between one thing or another, it's just getting harder to rationalize. You know what I mean? The Phillies, because like I said, we talked about this last week. I'm going to keep talking about this entire week. It's been amazing, Bob. This entire week, everyone listening to the show, everyone tuning into this station, on Twitter, online, everywhere you go, there are 2 topics all week. It was the Eagles and it was Ben Simmons. And it's like the Sixers are that guy in the back of the group photo who are trying to inch their way in, but hey man, I'm in the picture too. And it's like, you almost feel bad for them because they are playing well, but it's like, as you said, the fan base, they just need you to prove more to them.
Yeah, and people are going to call in and talk about using Jorge Bonifacio and who was designated for Simon earlier. But, that's what I'm saying. There's just so many different things here where you're like, what are we really talking about when it comes to this team from a caller's perspective or a fan interest perspective? So, it's funny, to your point, tomorrow night, the Phillies, I believe, play at 6:10. And so you'll get to about the 6th or 7th inning of that game tomorrow night. And that's going to coincide with, I believe, the start of the Clemson-Georgia game.
That's
and
correct.
I know that college football is not, as big in this area as it is in others, but, the casual sports fan is going to see a game between 2 top 5 programs with national title aspirations. And they're going to see the Philadelphia Phillies playing in front of 400 fans in Miami. And it's going to be really funny to see, what are people watching tomorrow night? So it'll be kind of interesting to hop on Twitter and see what the conversation is,
Yeah, and I mentioned before, Bob, my Sunday is going to be interesting because the Phillies play early in the afternoon. I'm going to see Shang-Chi, the movie, after that. And then Shang-Chi just coincides with finishing that I can walk across the street and go to a local establishment to watch Florida State Notre Dame. So
absolutely.
On Sunday, I'm making it all fit. But a day like tomorrow, you mentioned, I'm going to be so college football tuned in, the Phillies are not going to be the priority screen for me.
Yeah, and that's it. It's funny. Like I was saying, I don't want to talk about too much, but like we're sitting around here waiting for a baby right now. So we're like, am I going to be watching this in the hospital? Am I going to have 5 minutes to watch this in the hospital? What's going on? Like my entire life is just like in a state of flux right now. So it's going to be an interesting weekend. Like I said, we still need to be dialed in on the Phillies and knowing what's going on here. And the one thing I would say is this, right? I don't know if the Phillies are going to make the playoffs. I know that maybe I'm supposed to have some super hot take here. I really don't. Every time you think you get a feel for this team, they kind of go out and they do the opposite of what you expect. But I would be surprised now, given that they've cut down this lead the way that they have, that we're not sitting here 2 weeks from now talking about, hey, they're very much in this thing, whether that means they're a game up or a game out. I mean, I think that they're going to be in it until the final week of this month. And, while I don't think that the city's going to fall in love with this pennant race or anything like that, I think that they're going to give the fans a relevant month of baseball. And after the last 10 years, I know we're setting the bar pretty low here, but, hey, it's something.
It definitely is. Bob Wankel at Bob Wankel CB, Crossing Broad. He's going on paternity leave pretty much any moment in time. Sources tell me, Bob, that as I was actually born a week late, I was supposed to be born on Mother's Day. I was born a week later. So I think me and your child have some sort of like understanding here. And that's why the child hasn't been born, because they wanted you to come on the show one more time. There you go. Yeah. I mean, as long as we can schedule the birth of my child around media appearances, I mean, very thoughtful, very considerate. I'm sure my wife will love that. All right, Bob, take care of yourself. Have a good one. Enjoy the Labor Day weekend, my friend. All right, talk to you soon. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, and of course the Sports Bash being brought to you by JCPenney. It's a Labor Day sale, and the deals are coming in hot. Get instant savings on furniture, mattresses, and more. Shop doorbusters all day today through Monday while they last at JCPenney. Maybe someone can go get something for Bob and his wife for the baby over at those doorbuster deals at JCPenney right there. All right, Josh Hennig hanging out with you here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We have more messages coming in about the Eagles, so we'll get to all those messages and more on the other side. Don't forget still to come Football at 4 with Andrew DeCecco, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Happy Hour of the PT. Pete Thompson joins us at 5 p.m., and then at 5:25, we'll dig deeper into the NFL with CBS Sports NFL writer Jeff Kerr right here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Download it for free from the Google Play Store or from the Apple App Store. You can direct message the show through the app. You can listen to 97.3 ESPN wherever you go in the world. And, of course, you can also get all the content from 97.3ESPN.com about the Phillies, Sixers, Eagles, Flyers, local high school sports, all of that and more right there on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. I'm Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill here on a Football Friday, Happy Hour Friday on the Sports Bash.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's Football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
You know, New Jersey farmers work hard all year long to provide us with delicious Jersey Fresh fruits and vegetables. This is New Jersey Secretary of Agriculture Doug Fisher. When you buy Jersey Fresh, you're guaranteed that it's local and you're supporting our farmers. Stay loyal to local.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to all of you listening, wherever you're listening to us, whether you're in your car, on your phone, online. We appreciate all of you chiming in the 97.3 ESPN as you all do each and every day here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a Football Friday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up about 16 minutes from now, Andrew DeCecco will join us at DeCecco NFL on Twitter. Covers the Eagles for InsideTheBirds.com. He joins us every Tuesday and Friday all off season here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, we will not have any shows on Monday. So you got Billy Schweim in the locker room Saturday and Sunday, but no Sports Bash on Monday. We get a day off, then we'll be back at it on Tuesday. Mike Gill will be back in the saddle right here behind the microphone here in the Matt Black Kia studios here on 97.3 ESPN. Couple of messages I want to get to. We got some follow-ups on a couple different things. Don't forget, about an hour from now, I'll give you my Football Friday picks. I usually wait to the last segment of the show, but considering we got Pete Thompson and Jeff Kerr in the 5 o'clock hour, we're probably going to run out of real estate because we tend to have very long conversations with those guys. So I'm looking forward to talking with both of them a little bit later here on 97.3 ESPN. Let me see here. A little Phillies news just popped up on my screen. So I'm going to get to that before I get to the messages here. Just a little news. Phillies have reinstated Didi Gregorius from the restricted list and Travis Jankowski from the paternity list. Nick Maton has been optioned to Lehigh Valley. And then what Bob mentioned about Jorge Bonifacio, that news has been confirmed now that Bonifacio has been returned to Lehigh Valley. So Didi is back this weekend. Jankowski is back this weekend. I find it interesting that it's Bonifacio and Maton that are sent down in the minors, by the way, and that it's not Vierling. I mean, man, did Vierling make that much of an impact on the team, but they decided to keep him around? I mean, my goodness. I mean, that's literally the situation. They're like, hey, Vierling's doing well, so we'll just send everybody else back down. I'm not saying it's a bad decision. I'm just saying it's an interesting decision at this point. We talk about a little bit Eagles a little bit later. Andre Teixeira, who is now in the Eagles. Graylin Arnold was cut. Takeem the Dream chiming in about that conversation says, I said the same thing. I didn't think that Teixeira should have been on the final 53 without spending some time with the team during training camp preseason. He should have been signed to the practice squad first. Yeah, that's my big thing. I don't hate the guy. I actually like the pickup. Takeem, I just don't like him being on the roster. I felt like being on the 53 is for guys who already know the system, right? You know, you sign multiple guys to practice squad. It just felt like a strange, it just felt like I'm assuming without having more information, okay? And you know, maybe Andrew can confirm this for us when we talk to him, or maybe somebody online who covers the Eagles will have this insight for me. But typically, if you're putting a guy on the roster and not on the practice squad, it probably has something to do with guaranteed money, and maybe they had to outbid somebody. Maybe they had to, give him more money than someone else to guarantee him coming in. And as you know, practice squad guys don't make as much money as somebody on the roster on the 53. So maybe that's what happened. Maybe the Eagles had to turn to him and say, look, we will promise you a 53-man roster spot and the money that comes with that, those game checks, if you will come here. So maybe it was a situation where they couldn't get him on the practice squad. I think that's a very strong possibility, because remember what happened with Nate Sudfeld? A few years ago, Nate Sudfeld was going to be picked up by other teams, and the Eagles put him on their roster and took him off the practice squad because they didn't want to lose him. Now, obviously, in the long run, it turned out to be a dumb decision, because Nate Sudfeld was probably one of the most underwhelming backup quarterbacks of the last 20 years in Eagles franchise history. Think about all the backups who have played here in Philadelphia. All the guys who were backup QBs who came in to play games. Coy Detmer, Mike McMahon, AJ Feely, Kevin Cobb. Remember Jeff Garcia, right? You have all these guys who have come in to play. Mark Sanchez, right? And then Nick Foles wins you a Super Bowl. And then Josh McCown a couple of years ago. You have all these guys who come to this organization. Chase Daniel, right? And it's like, you had to keep a hold of Nate Sudfeld. Nate Sudfeld was the guy you had to hang on to. You were afraid you were going to lose him to another team. Like, this organization is a very interesting organization. That's why I keep asking the question again and again and again. How much would happen in the last few years with Doug Peterson? How much of this strange decision-making that happened in Philadelphia over the last few years was Doug telling the front office, I like Nate Sudfeld. I like Alshon Jeffrey. I want you to bring back Jason Peters, right? Like, how much of this stuff was Doug turning around and saying, I want these guys here? Because I'm starting to wonder, because we were told by the owner, Jeffrey Lurie, back in 2016, he wanted a collaboration between the front office and the coaching staff. That he wanted his front office to listen to the coaches, that he wanted a coach with emotional intelligence, right? He gave us all this stuff back in 2016, what he wanted. And all reports are that Howie Roseman, for better or for worse, listens to people. He listened to Dave Caldwell, which is why Gardner Minshew is here. He listened to Joe Douglas, which is why they brought in Alshon Jeffrey. He listened to Andrew Berry, and that's part of the reason why the Eagles even picked up Nate Sudfeld in the first place. He listened to John Dorsey, and that's part of the reason why the Eagles brought in certain players in 2019 and 2020. So we know Howie listens to people. Did Howie listen to Doug too much? And that was the reason why that Howie came out. I'm going to find the audio again, where Howie Roseman said that he was looking forward to this coaching staff, the current coaching staff, working with these players. I'm going to try to find it real quick because I can't get that audio out of my head. Because when Howie said that, it almost sounded like he was trying to say that he wanted to see exactly what these current coaches would do with the current players. I'm trying to find it real quick here because it was one of those things that gets said. I think this is the audio. This was Howie Roseman back in April. Take a listen.
Yeah, we learned a lot about the process last year. Obviously unique the first time that we're doing all of these on Zoom, and there were a lot of lessons learned. And I think where we are right now is just excited about the teamwork that we had throughout this process with the coaches, with the scouts, with our front office, and move for there to make sure that we have a tremendous draft this year. You know, the book hasn't been written on last year's draft either. So excited for those guys to get with Coach and his staff.
Hear that at the end? He just kind of slipped it at the end. We're excited for last year's class to get with this coaching staff. It almost makes you wonder, was part of the reason why what happened last year was because the Eagles' upper management, Jeffrey Lurie, Doug Peterson, is it possible that they didn't like what Doug Peterson did with the talent who was drafted? I'm just putting it out there. It's something to consider. I'm not saying it is what it is, but I'm saying it's something to look into as well. By the way, Vince Young, yes, among the many famous or infamous backup quarterbacks in Eagles history. I argue, and I will say this, for a guy the Eagles were intent on having in this team, this organization, Nate Sudfeld may well be the worst backup quarterback in Eagles history over the last 20 plus years. I'm willing to put that out there. I mean, Nate Sudfeld, when he came into games, was the most mediocre, average, he gave you no juice at all. I mean, there was never a point in time where you watched Nate Sudfeld in a preseason game or the handful of regular season games he got into where you thought, let me tell you about Nate Sudfeld. No, never. Like, Vince Young at least could run around. Mike McMahon made games interesting, even though they lost almost every game that he started, right? You know, Coy Detmer had these moments. A.J. Feely was winning games coming in there. Kevin Cobb was winning games. Mark Sanchez at least made things interesting, right? I mean, Matt Barkley even played in Philadelphia. Like, I think all of those backups were better than Nate Sudfeld. I think Nate Sudfeld was one of the biggest mistakes this organization ever made. They were so insistent on not losing him to another team in the NFL. So back to the original point, I think that might be a reason why Andre Chichera is on the roster and not somewhere else. But I think the Eagles didn't want to lose him. They were guaranteeing him a certain amount of paycheck money to get on the roster. We'll get to more of your messages a little bit later in the show. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's coming up next. Andrew DeCecco joins us here on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill. Football season is about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Did you know before the season started last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all? Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. There's so many great choices to consider. Who wins the Heisman Trophy, the College Football Championship, the Pro Football Championship. Every season, long shots become winners, and PropSwap is the only place to lock in the profit. So go choose 10 futures bets and list them for sale on PropSwap to the thousands of buyers looking to get in on the action. Football is just about here, and the time is now to join PropSwap. The fall season of prop swapping has begun. So join them and list your long shots today on PropSwap by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers,
It's good!
and Flyers.
Oh, big save by Carter Hart.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with 97.3 ESPN.com's Andrew DeCecco.
My first allegiance is what will be best for the Philadelphia Eagles and our fans for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Football Friday edition of Football at 4 here on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles are 9 days away from their first game of the season, and the Fluid 53 continues with all that and more right now with Andrew DeCecco from InsideTheBirds.com at ADeCecco NFL on Twitter right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew, how you doing this Friday?
Hey, doing well, thanks.
So before we get to anything else, this is completely off the rails here, but I was having a random conversation in the last segment because I was talking about the fact that the Eagles didn't put Andre Chichère on the practice squad and on the main roster. And to me, I thought it was in part because of the fact that maybe they had to guarantee him a certain amount of money, or they were trying to outbid a team. That's why they put him there instead of on the practice squad. And it made me turn to, I remember back a few years ago when the Eagles had to put Nate Sudfeld on the roster to keep him from being picked off of their practice squad. And I said that might have been one of the dumbest decisions they ever made, because I think there can be an argument made, Andrew, that Nate Sudfeld is the worst Eagles backup quarterback to ever see game action in the last 21 years.
Oh, man. Mike McMahon would be the correct answer.
But see, at least Mike McMahon was interesting. Like he ran around, and at least you had a little like juice. Like Nate Sudfeld would just stand there and get smashed by blitzers.
I mean, they're both in that bottom tier. I don't know if there's a right or a wrong answer, but I mean, yeah, when you look at when you sort of quantify the backup quarterbacks in Philadelphia, they're definitely two of the probably bottom tier. I would think
it's just amazing, right? They're like, we've literally had so many backups play on this team. I mean, AJ Feely was winning games. Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. Kevin Cobb had a nice little stretch. I mean, we had Mark Sanchez and Matt Barkley come through here, Coy Detmer, and it's like, and then you have Nate Sudfeld. Like, you're looking around and you're like, this is the guy you had to keep?
Yeah, and there was a time when they really liked Nate Sudfeld, had big plans for him. They were grooming him, and obviously his development never really took the next step, and he sort of remained stagnant, and you saw that in the games. He shined in the preseason. Then when the lights came on in the regular season, he looked shell shocked and like a fourth string quarterback.
All right, so let's get to the guy I mentioned a little bit earlier, aside from the random quarterback conversation. Obviously, is another guy from the Colts organization who has direct familiarity with Jonathan Gannon. Tell us about the new defensive back in Philadelphia.
Yeah, Andre Sacheret is the defensive back that they acquired off waivers yesterday, and he went right to the 53-man roster. Anyone who's claimed off waivers goes to the active roster. He'll be wearing number 21 for the Eagles, and a very versatile player, can play nickel, can play safety, can play outside corner. In fact, when Julian Blackman, the free safety for the Colts, when he went down this summer and had to miss some time, it was Sacheret that replaced him. So he's very versatile. I see him more as a backup safety here in Philadelphia. They have a lot of nickel guys. It makes sense because I personally, before the waiver claim, I was talking to Jeff, and I really thought that it was going to be Craig James that would get the promotion between now and the opener because of his special teams prowess. They really are lacking in that area, and he sort of fills the void there. He's a terrific gunner. But Sacheret's a guy that I really can see playing gunner in that game. Do I think he's ever going to, I should say in the early part of the season, is he going to contribute on the defensive end? Probably not. And if he is, that's a bad sign. Normally when you get a player from another team at this stage of the season, it really takes them all season to really find their footing. You remember DeAndre Hall was a safety that they claimed, and that took him quite a bit to sort of find his way with the Eagles. It wasn't really until the following summer that he was able to get up to speed. But I do think that there's a familiarity there with Jonathan Gannon, and he's very versatile, and he played a ton of snaps on special teams. So that's an area that I think he's going to make an immediate contribution.
The other thing, Andrew, is that we don't have a full injury report yet with the Eagles. We have a lot of conjecture. I mean, I've seen pictures and video of Rodney McLeod at practices with a big knee brace on, but there's no guarantee he's going to play week one. There's a possibility that he may not even play week one. So your starters may be Anthony Harris and Marcus Epps. So you're going to need some depth at the safety position.
Yeah, and Wallace is also banged up as well. So it makes a lot of sense to me for them to promote Elijah Riley from the practice squad for week 1. I thought that was going to be the case regardless. Going in with just 4 safeties in week 1 is not ideal. And he, just like Sachere, provides a lot of special teams prowess. And that's really what you need when you're looking at the bottom part of the roster, especially when you're looking at who to activate and who to deactivate for that game. I think that Elijah Riley would make a lot of sense. He's familiar with the system, and it wouldn't be a significant transition. So, I don't know what the status is for Rodney McLeod. We're going to find out. But even still, like you said, Kevon Wallace is still banged up. So you really only have, 2, maybe 3 safeties you can count on for week 1. So I would look for Elijah Riley to potentially be one of the call-ups prior to that game.
Yeah, I'm assuming that would be Andrew, and this is just obviously my conjecture just based on what we know about the Eagles. I'm assuming the call-ups are going to be like Elijah Riley, Jordan Howard, and maybe one of the offensive linemen because Driscoll's on the reserve injured list for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, Stu Opeta makes a lot of sense there. Experience, a player that is highly coveted. I mean, there's players that when he was on the Eagles practice squad, they were looking to poach him. He has some potential, some upside, made some strides. So, I mean, he's started games for the Eagles, so he makes sense as a call-up. And possibly Jordan Howard, you don't really want to go into the game with just 3 running backs, 2 of them really being change-up options that aren't really meant to tote the rock between the tackles. I think Jordan Howard we know what he can do. He's largely a one-dimensional running back, but I think that you're going to need that short yardage runner and goal line situation. So, and he makes a lot of sense as being one of those call-ups as well. So I agree with you there.
Andrew Checo joining us here at Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. You can give him a follow on Twitter at @thecheco NFL. Check out all of his work over at InsideTheBirds.com. Andrew, I want to get your perspective. A couple other moves that were made yesterday, because obviously when you and I first talked on Tuesday, that was when the first 53-man roster initially came out, and now there's been changes since then. We have on the reserve injured list, we knew Tyree Jackson was going to go on there, but Driscoll and Scott definitely hurt a little bit on the depth front, and I'm a little surprised who's not on there. It's not Davion Taylor. It's not Rodney McLeod. So what does that say to you about where even Kevon Wallace is? Those 3 guys are in their progress and recovery.
That they're a little bit closer to returning to the field than anticipated. I don't think that the big surprise to me was Jack Driscoll. I did not see that one coming. I'll be the first to admit that. But I think Josiah Scott was someone who I thought had a chance to be placed on the injured reserve list with the hamstring that you remember he took a knee in that preseason game. He was sort of on the field. You could tell that was, he was hampered by that. And, but I mean, he's a nickel only player. I mean, he can play outside, but he's predominantly a nickel player. But going into this, with 4 corners, I thought that they had to make a move there. It was pretty obvious. So I thought it would be Craig James, but they claimed Andre Sachere from there. And I think they're sort of, they're finding their way the first couple of weeks here. They do a lot of roster shuffling, and you have to do some manipulations and things like that. But yeah, that Jack Driscoll pec injury was very surprising to me.
Yeah, especially considering I would argue that he is the best backup offensive lineman they have. So without him, to me, it changes a lot of things. If somebody goes down, maybe not even a significant injury. If you go into a game like on the first game versus the Falcons, Andrew, and I'm just throwing out a scenario. I brought this up yesterday to the audience. It was a situation where Lane Johnson, they have a run play, and he collides with somebody. He gets his helmet knocked off. Well, we know what happens. You have to leave the field for at least one play, right? And then what if they say, hey, Lane, we want to do a concussion check on you just in case. Well, now Lane misses 2 plays, 3 plays, 4 plays, and he comes back 5 plays later. He's fine. But who's playing right tackle those 5 plays if Driscoll isn't out there? So that's where my concern comes in.
Yeah, and that's fair because Brett Toth is a left tackle. We saw him play some left guard in the final preseason game. Another name to potentially keep an eye on if it isn't Sua Opeta is Coyote Awashika, the rookie free agent guard, played left tackle and right tackle at Buffalo. was really working at guard primarily this summer with the Eagles, but he does have that experience. Obviously, he's never played that in an NFL game before, but yeah, when you're looking at in those terms, you get really thin there. Jack Driscoll he's played tackle in the games, he's played guard. He's a very versatile player, but as far as the two guys that would probably take the reins should Lane Johnson have to miss a snap or two or an extended period of time, I think it would be probably Coyote Awashika, or they're going to see if Brett Toth can play right tackle.
Definitely going to be interesting to see. Again, we don't wish any ill will on anybody in the game, but obviously you have to be prepared in case something happens.
Andre Dillard's also done it before, but not very effectively. So that's another name that he would probably get the first look, but it didn't work too well for him the first time that he tried.
Yeah, well, Andre Dillard also said he didn't think he could do it very well. He kind of warned everybody before it happened. So, you almost wonder if the Eagles go to Andre and ask him before the game, if this happens, are you sure you can do it? Yes or no, might decide it as well.
Yeah, they're going to have to know that. They're going to have an understanding with Andre before that, because you have to call up whoever you're going to call up and have them ready should that transpire. They need to be ready to get plugged in. It can't be like a touch and go situation.
Andrew, you're one of the most studious people I know when it comes to the college game. So let the audience know about the three guys they added to the practice squad. Nick Eubanks, Keyshawn Johnson, completely different spelling from the guy who's with ESPN now, and then Marvin Wilson. I believe Johnson went to Fresno State as a wide receiver, then Marvin Wilson at Florida State, correct?
Yeah, Marvin Wilson at one point was a very highly touted recruit, was at Florida State, pretty much a two-gapper, has a lot of upside. He commanded a lot of money as an undrafted free agent, was one of the more highly touted undrafted free agents. So I thought that was a good value signing. Obviously, their Eagles, their top two defensive tackles in Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargrave they're getting a little bit longer in the tooth. There's not a whole lot behind Milton Williams. Marlon Tuipulotu is obviously there as well, but you really want to start to build a foundation of having younger guys ready to assume that role in the coming years. So I think that's a good value signing. Have him develop on the practice squad and hopefully make that leap next season. Keyshawn Johnson is a wide receiver from Fresno State, as you outlined. Very savvy route runner, more of a possession guy, not a burner, really soft hands. Doesn't play much special teams. He only played 11 career snaps on special teams over the past 2 seasons with the Cardinals. So if he does make the leap to the active roster at some point this season, he's going to be playing some receiver. I don't know that he has the build or the makeup to be able to play special teams, but he's a very fluid route runner. Like I said, soft hands, knows how to get open. I think he's 6'1", so he does have a little bit of size, which the Eagles don't have right now. And he played in 18 games and 5 starts. So that's a player that I really liked coming out of Fresno State. He was a 6th-round pick of the Arizona Cardinals in 2019. And Nick Eubanks was a tight end from Michigan who I consider to be more of an H-back type of player. He's a very similar mold to Jack Stoll, 6'4", 245, really athletic. Doesn't have natural hands. I think Jack Stoll's hands are a little bit better, but he has good speed, super athletic, not a good blocker. He needs a lot of work as a blocker before he's able to make the jump to the active roster and contribute on game days. But he's an intriguing player, and I think that if you get him with tight end coach Jason Michael to sort of refine some of those traits that he has and really hone in on his blocking, I think he can make a roster push probably next summer. So those are some pretty good signings that they added to the practice squad.
Andrew DeCecco joining us here at Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. At DeCecco NFL covers the Eagles and the NFL draft in college football for InsideTheBirds.com. Andrew, I know you watch you're one of the few people I know who watches more college football than I do. So I want to throw out to you a couple of the games this weekend and let the audience know maybe a prospect or a couple of players that you're looking at in those games, okay?
Okay.
So tonight on 97.3 ESPN at 6 o'clock, we are airing North Carolina at Virginia Tech. A lot of people know about Sam Howell, the quarterback, but who else should people keep an eye on in that game?
Sam Howell is the player that I'm going to be looking at, just in case that for some reason it doesn't, Jalen Hurts, it doesn't necessarily work out with him. He's a player that I would look at, and it's one of those games between Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech was a very competitive team last season. I'm also looking at Josh Downs, the wide receiver. That's another player that I think has a lot of Sunday potential and has shown signs of really taking that next step. I think he's going to be a breakout player this season. So that's one of the Tar Heels that I'll be looking for, and really one of the standout players of that game, in my opinion.
Tomorrow at 12 p.m. here on 97.3 ESPN, we will have number 19 Penn State and number 12 Wisconsin. What do you think about that game?
Jahan Dotson, the wide receiver. You know, the Eagles need a big body, go up and get it type of guy. They don't necessarily have that. They thought they did in Travis Fulgham. They thought they did in J-Jaw. I think Dotson's a physical contested catch specialist that can win on all three levels and be a wide receiver one, would ideally complement someone like a Devontae Smith and a Jalen Reagor and give Jalen Hurts a red zone weapon for the future. I really like his upside. So that's a player that I would look at.
Tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. here on 97.3 ESPN, we will be airing number 1 Alabama versus number 14 Miami. We know about Alabama, the guys who are in the league now, but who are guys who are going to be coming out next year? And also, I know Miami's got some studs as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting game. Miami's always a really competitive. They're always a very competitive program. I'm really a big Derek King fan. Brian Robinson, the running back from Alabama. Alabama continuously churns out next level prospects. I think he could be a good complement to Miles Sanders. John Mechie, the wide receiver, is another player that I really like. And then I think when you look at the cornerback situation, Josh Joby's a player I also like. Great size, good ball skills, a little bit raw. We would like to see him become a little bit more technically sound, but I like his skill set and his upside. So, again, Alabama is going to be a powerhouse this year and have many enticing prospects to monitor throughout the season.
The college football game of the weekend for many is number 5 Georgia versus number 3 Clemson. We'll have that tomorrow night at 7:30 here on 97.3 ESPN. Who are some guys to look out for in that game?
Georgia, I'm going to be looking at Zamir White, the running back, and be looking at some of the corners. So, I really like Darian Kendrick. He's a transfer. And who am I forgetting? They have Quay Walker, senior. I don't know, man. They have a ton of prospects every season, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
And then final game for you Sunday night right here on 97.3 ESPN. We will have Notre Dame versus Florida State. By the way, this is one of the few games, big profile games of the weekend that is not neutral site. A lot of the games we mentioned are either a neutral site or they're at a location. You know, UNC is going to Blacksburg. Well, Notre Dame has to go down to Tallahassee.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of levels the playing field here, so we're going to have to see how that goes. A player that I really like for Florida State was a player who transferred from Kansas. Kansas is not really a offensive juggernaut by any means, but they have a receiver named Andrew Parchment, who I think he's a grad transfer. I really like his ability. He never really got a chance to blossom in Kansas, but he always showed signs of what he could really be should it be a competent offense. Jermaine Johnson, another grad transfer to the defensive end, is a player to watch. And Akeem Dent, the free safety for Florida State as well.
Give him a follow on Twitter for more Eagles and college football NFL draft analysis. A.Checo NFL. And, of course, check out all of his work over at InsideTheBirds.com. Andrew, enjoy the college football this weekend. We'll catch up with you again next week.
Thanks, man. Sounds good.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, Football at 4 is being brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Atlantic City Resorts. And, of course, we are off on Monday, so Andrew will be back on the show on Tuesday here on 97.3 ESPN when Mike Gill returns from his vacation. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Bash on 97.3 ESPN. As always, we'll get to more of your messages coming up on the other side. Of course, you can join the conversation, whether you're listening in the car on your radio, you're listening to us through the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, you're checking out 973ESPN.com. So whether it's on your phone, on your radio, your computer, wherever you're joining the show, I'm glad you're on board with the show. It's Happy Hour Friday. It's a Football Friday. We got more of your messages coming up next. And my Football Friday pick. So far, we are 5-1 on the year. Overall, we are at 61% in the last 14 months with the picks. So we're going to keep you guys updated here on all the details as I do it on game night here on 97.3 ESPN. We're going to bring the football Friday picks to the Sports Bash in about 20 minutes from now. But coming up next, you guys have messages. I want to read them. Keep them coming. You don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Priority messaging through the app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea City.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles open the 2021 season next Sunday in Atlanta against the Falcons.
Flying back. Here comes the rush. He's hit. They've got him back at the 35.
Pre-game coverage begins at noon. Merrill and Mike call all the action starting at 1. This is where the Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
New Jersey car owners, stop what you're doing and come see AJ, the trade-in man, at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Cancel that service appointment. Let your tires go bald. Don't put another penny in that old car. The value of your current vehicle has skyrocketed, so cash in your vehicle now. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. New 2021 Nissan Frontier 4x4 truck. 0 due at signing. Lease $349 per month. Stuck in a loan or lease? We can get you released. We'll buy your car for cash, even if you don't buy a car from us. Worried about your credits? Don't sweat it. Get $3,000 back on every 2021 Nissan Murano and pay 0 interest for 60 months in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. Rate qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR based on 1667 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't be combined. 36-month, 10,000 miles per year lease. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Take her fishing in the morning and sights.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's First Bank of Seattle City. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet, take your profit, find out how at PropSwap.com or by downloading the PropSwap app today. As promised, we get some of your messages. It's been a busy show today. Obviously, we talked a little Ben Simmons with another weird news report out there. You know, Mike McGarry brought it up earlier in the show. I mean, I guarantee you people are leaking this stuff because they're trying to make trades happen. They're trying to force the issue when it comes to a deal out there. Both sides want the deal to get done. It's just a matter of everybody getting what they want out of it. So, also the Phillies, they've won 6 straight. They're back in action in Miami. Little news on the Phillies, by the way. I'll get to that before I get to your messages here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN on a happy hour football Friday edition. According to Scott Lauber of the Philadelphia Inquirer, he says the Phillies are shuffling their rotation. Wheeler will get pushed back one day to start in Milwaukee on Monday. Sunday here in Miami will be TBA, possibly a bullpen game. Nola and Gibson will now still go Tuesday and Wednesday at the Brewers. Moore will essentially be skipped his turn in the rotation. So, very interesting change up for the Phillies. So, what does that mean for the pitching matchups moving forward? Well, I mentioned to you guys, to Bob Wankel as well, that they're going to face 2 of the Brewers' better pitchers coming up in Milwaukee. So, if they are going to bump Wheeler from Sunday, that means it'll be Wheeler versus Woodruff on Monday, Nola versus Lauer on Tuesday, and then Gibson versus Peralta on Wednesday. So what you're doing is you're sending your best pitcher versus their best pitcher, and your second best pitcher versus their third best pitcher in that series, and then Nola gets the 4th or 5th guy in the Brewers rotation. So it at least evens the odds for the Phillies in that situation. Now, in Miami, it doesn't change the fact that Gibson goes tonight, Suarez goes on Saturday, but Sunday, as Lauber reports, might be a bullpen game kind of situation. I mean, in theory, you could there's a couple ways you go with that. You could either ask Matt Moore to pitch that game on Sunday for 2 innings and then go to the bullpen. Maybe you go to Bradley Falter and say, hey, Bradley, we know you can chew up innings. Can you go out there for 3 innings and give us what you got? There's a few ways they can go with that on Sunday, but it's a very interesting move and change by the Phillies to keep an eye on heading into the rest of this road trip. So Wheeler will go Monday, Nola Tuesday, and sorry, I got distracted by something, and Kyle Gibson on Wednesday. How about this Woj bomb that just dropped? So this is the strangest deal I think I've seen this offseason. Brooklyn is trading DeAndre Jordan for 4 future second-round picks and $5.78 million to the Detroit Pistons for Jahlil Okafor and Soku Dumboya. Pistons plan to work through a buyout on the 2 years, $20 million owed to Jordan. The Nets will save $47 million in salary and luxury tax money because of this deal. The Nets are sending the Pistons their own second-round picks in 2022 and 2027, a 2024 second-round pick via the Wizards, and a 2025 second-round pick via the Warriors. So the point of this deal is to save $47 million in salary. Wow. I mean, what happened? Did Howie Roseman get called in on as a freelance advisor for the Nets to manipulate the salary cap? What the heck? And how about Jahlil Okafor going back to the Nets? I mean, come on. I mean, that's a wild situation. So DeAndre Jordan was purposely brought to Brooklyn because Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving like him. He gets sent out of town in a move to restructure the roster. I mean, how much would it bet he gets bought out by Detroit, and he returns to, if I remember the rule correctly, he can return to the Nets, but he has to wait until I think it's January to re-sign. I think let me do the math in my head real quick. So September, October, November, December, January, February. So it would be February or March that he can return, because the way it usually works is if you're traded and then bought out, you have to wait a certain amount of time to go back. I got to double check what Bobby Marks has to say. Maybe he'll go tweet about it soon. But wild deal just dropped by Woj. Again, it's a football weekend, and the NBA is continually trying to steal the attention. Here's the tweet that just dropped from Bobby Marks. Brooklyn is not going to do a direct buyout because of the dead cap space. They're trying to avoid the repeater tax that's looming in 2023 and 2024. Brooklyn can now invest the savings of money in using the full mid-level exception in buying picks moving forward. So, well, the Nets are making moves. Sixers still haven't made a move. There you go. Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN. As promised, I want to get some of you guys' messages here. We talked a little bit earlier about the quarterbacks and the bad quarterbacks. Mark chimes in on messages and says, did we say Kevin Cobb? Yeah, I mentioned Kevin Cobb a little bit earlier. Listen, if you are going through the history of Eagles backup QBs who got any playing action, listen, Mark, Cobb is actually a solid one. He makes Nate Sudfeld look like garbage. Okay? Cobb actually had a fine, he was all right until the concussions started becoming more and more serious, and then they parlayed his limited success in the trading him to Arizona. By the way, that trade that sent Kevin Cobb to Arizona eventually turned into two players for the Eagles. It turned into Vinny Curry and Brandon Boykin. So, something to keep in mind, Kevin Cobb got you Vinny Curry, and Vinny Curry was part of the team that won you the Super Bowl. So, did Kevin Cobb help you win a Super Bowl indirectly? Just throwing it out there for the Eagle fans. Out there's got Pete Thompson. I think it's the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Takeem chimes back in and says Nate Sudfeld versus Mike McMahon as the two worst backup quarterbacks in Eagles history, or Andy Hall. I don't think Andy Hall ever got into any Eagles regular season games, so I'm going to take him off the list. I'm just sticking with the guys who actually got on the field during the last 21 years, because we saw Kevin Cobb play games. We saw Mike McMahon. We saw A.J. Feely. We saw Kevin Cobb. We saw Mark Sanchez. We saw Matt Barkley. We saw Nick Foles win a Super Bowl. We saw Josh McCown. There's been a lot of backups. And then Vince Young. There's been a lot of guys who were the backup who got playing time. So that's where I'm sticking with. I don't think Andy Hall ever got into a playing. I got to double check, but I don't think Andy Hall ever actually played in a game in the NFL. Let me double check that real quick. I mean, if he did, I certainly wasn't memorable, right? Yeah, according to Pro Football Reference, he never played in a regular season game for the Eagles. He was eventually released by the Eagles. Yeah. So, there you go. Yeah, Andy Hall, man. I remember him coming out of Delaware because people were like, oh, it's so cool. You know, the guy who went to Delaware is going to the Eagles. And he was just a nothing. He just did not have the arm strength or the football IQ to play in the NFL. He just was not good at processing information quickly enough. You know, I always say, people who've listened to me long enough here on 97.3 ESPN know that I always talk about when it comes to quarterbacks, everyone has talent on some level. But the two things that define a starting NFL quarterback from a guy who just can't play in this league is decision-making and ability to process information. If you can't process information and know the playbook in and out, it doesn't matter how talented you are, doesn't matter how hard you can throw, how big you are, how strong you are. If you can't process information at a quick speed, you will be a nothing in the NFL. The NFL requires you to have a certain level of intellectual ability when it comes to processing information and making everything work. This makes a lot of sense when it comes to when you go back and watch guys like Jamarcus Russell struggle like he did, or Ryan Leaf just not be able to handle the pressure of the NFL. They just didn't have the mental aptitude to keep up with what the league was demanding of them. So, one more message to get into before we hit the break here. Tom from Margate chimes in, says, "Hey Josh, God bless you and your family." Well, thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. He says, "Have a great Labor Day weekend. Just so you know, I remember the year of the blue moon, 1964, and unless the Eagles are playing, my first choice for TV and radio is our Phillies. Have a well-deserved rest." That's from Tom and Margate. Well, Tom, first of all, I appreciate the well wishes and the kind thoughts. Interesting. So you say that no matter what, if the Eagles aren't on, you're going Phillies. That's a very interesting situation. Tom and Margate, I just don't know if everybody agrees with you. I think there are people out there, they are burned out with the Phillies. They wanted the Phillies to prove to them that they are something. And I think there's a group of fans out there who say, you gave us the 8-game win streak, and then you just tanked. You went just kaput offensively for 10 games. I think Philly fans, there's a contingent of them that are just so aggravated with this team that they are just tired of trying to believe in them. But, Tom, good on you for sticking with it. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM. The Sports Bash being brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey. For your next local or long-distance move, Clark's Moving and Storage is your first call. They're dependable and always show up. Visit them online at clarksmoving.net. All right, as promised, I will give you my Football Friday picks next segment, and then we got Pete Thompson coming up at 5 p.m. joining us for a happy hour Friday. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer, joined us coming up at 5:25. He had a one-on-one conversation with Jalen Hurts. We'll get into him with that coming up here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a happy hour Football Friday here on the Bash on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Hey, South Jersey, this is Billy Schwein. Tune into The Locker Room every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN. Each weekend in The Locker Room, you will get passionate sports talk from a fan's perspective, along with interviews with some of the biggest names in sports. That's every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon in The Locker Room with me, Billy Schwein, on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, because nothing could be finer than talking sports with the Schweiner.
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill. Football season is about to kick off, and that means it's time to list your football future bets on PropSwap. Did you know before the season started last year, the Buccaneers were 60-1 to win it all? Now that's a futures bet. You just never know what can happen. Sports bettors cash in early and often when they list long shots on PropSwap. The average monthly seller makes $500 a month on PropSwap just posting and selling tickets. There's so many great choices to consider. Who wins the Heisman Trophy, the College Football Championship, the Pro Football Championship. Every season, long shots become winners, and PropSwap is the only place to lock in the profit. So go choose 10 futures bets and list them for sale on PropSwap to the thousands of buyers looking to get in on the action. Football is just about here, and the time is now to join PropSwap. The fall season of prop swapping has begun. So join them and list your long shots today on PropSwap by going to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
Sports Bash, live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash, hanging out with you on a happy hour Football Friday on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Don't forget, still to come, Pete Thompson will join us at 5 p.m. And then Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports NFL writer, had a conversation one-on-one with Jalen Hurts. We'll talk to him about the Eagles and the NFL coming up at 5:25 here on the Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, tonight at 6 p.m., North Carolina Tar Heels travel to Blacksburg to take on Virginia Tech, and then we have a triple header of college football action tomorrow. Penn State at Wisconsin at 12 p.m. following the locker room and Billy Schweim, and then at 3:30 p.m. Alabama versus the University of Miami, and then at 7:30 Georgia versus Clemson. So we have a triple header of college football action tomorrow, college football action tonight. We are your home for football here in South Jersey, and Eagles football, especially 97.3 ESPN FM. All right, so we're just going to jump in with these picks. It's one of those things where I love to talk to you guys about the different games, my analysis of the games, and it's something we do for the last few years ever since sports gambling became legal in New Jersey. We try to give you some thoughts and insights on different games on the schedule. First game I'm looking at a game that is the first game of the year tonight for two teams. That would be Michigan State at Northwestern. Now, this game opened at plus 6.5. It's dropped down to 3.5 or 3, depending on what book you look at. And the reason why I'm starting with this game tonight is because Northwestern is going to be without numerous starters. They graduated a lot of kids or transferred a lot of kids out of the program last year. This is a game that is not looking too good for Northwestern Wildcats. And I think that Michigan State is on the uptick. I think that they ended last year very strong, and they have a lot more guys returning to their roster than Northwestern does. I personally actually wouldn't be surprised if Michigan State wins this game. They are plus 140 on the money line, plus 3.5 right now on the spread. I got to tell you guys, I like the Spartans in this game. I don't think Northwestern, unless something crazy happens, is going to pull away and dominate that game. So that's the game on tonight that I'm keeping an eye on. Starting with tomorrow's games, I'm going to start with Stanford at Kansas State. And I know it's not technically at Kansas State, but I say at Kansas State because it's an AT&T Stadium. It's in Dallas. So you know that a lot of Kansas State Wildcat fans are going to travel the short trip to Dallas, Texas for this game. Do not be surprised if this is like a 70% K-State crowd down there. And there's a reason why this spread opened at -1.5 and it has moved to 3. It's actually 3.5 at my friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. I'm running with it. I think that Kansas State, with Skylar Thompson at quarterback and Chris Kleiman in another year at Kansas State with a full offseason, they are set and ready to go, in my opinion, in this game. I think Kansas State is going to beat up on a Stanford team that is in a down year. This is a rebuilding transition year for the Stanford Cardinal. I feel very comfortable saying that if you would have told Stanford a few years ago when they scheduled this game in 2021, they would have not agreed to this game back then if they knew what they knew now. If they knew that Stanford was going to be this down and this out of it at this point in time, I think they would have avoided this game as the opening game of their season, because I think Kansas State is going to win this game by double digits. I think it's a very interesting game. Keep an eye on some great talent, like I said, at quarterback for Kansas State. Stanford, it's just a down year for them. And it's going to be a very it's just not going to be a good game for them, okay? Let's keep it that simple, all right? So some Football Friday perspectives here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Another game I'm keeping an eye on is West Virginia at Maryland. I'm not doing it because Mike Gill is a WVU grad or anything. I'm looking at it because Maryland was a team that was boom or bust last year, right? This is the first time these two schools have faced off since 2015. And Mike Loxley, who is now the coach of Maryland, he showed some promise with this team last year, right? He showed last year that, they can win some games. And they beat Penn State last year. They beat Minnesota last year. They dominated Northwestern last year. They got dominated by Northwestern last year. They lost to Rutgers in overtime. So this is a Maryland team that I think is going to surprise a lot of people this year. I think Mike Loxley is doing big things down there in College Park. I understand that this is not a game that's on a lot of people's radar, and it's going to be probably hard for some people to find it, on their schedule. But here's the thing. West Virginia went 0-4 last year on the road. That's something to keep an eye on. And there's a Tagovailoa playing for the Terrapins. Yeah, Talia Tagovailoa, the younger brother of Tua, he is the starting quarterback for Maryland. And I think another year in their offense, another year of development, I think him and the Maryland Terrapins are going to have a very interesting game to keep an eye on. And I'm going to go with the home team. I'm running with the Maryland Terrapins. Give me Maryland. They're plus 116 on the money line. They're plus 2.5 on the spread. So that's a game for you to play around with as well. I know a lot of people are going to be focused in on this Alabama-Miami game. It's currently plus 19.5 at DraftKings and FanDuel Sportsbook. It opened at 17.5. Look, I understand that Alabama is Alabama. Alabama is probably going to go and only have one loss on the entire year. And I don't think that Miami is per se going to beat them, right? But what I do think is that to say that it's a 19.5 point spread is disrespectful. Miami's got some studs. And if De'Aaron King can play anywhere near what he's capable of in this game, this is going to be potentially a 10-point game in the fourth quarter. If I was to run the simulation on this game multiple times, I think there's very few instances where Alabama wins this game by 19 or 20 points. Could I see 10 points? Absolutely. Could I see 2 touchdowns? Absolutely. But do I see 3 touchdown win? No. Don't underestimate the fact that their young quarterback, Bryce Young, this is his first start. His first start for Alabama. He's coming with a lot of expectations, a lot of hype. But the Alabama defense is going against De'Aaron King. And we've seen over the years, Nick Saban defenses have trouble with mobile quarterbacks. And in the first game of the year, this is something to keep an eye on, all right? I think that this could be a very interesting situation. And don't forget, they also have a high-powered defense as Miami as well. Miami has talent on defense. They have studs. They have players that can go out there. And I think Manny Diaz and that Hurricanes defense is going to at least give Bryce Young and the Alabama offense a little trouble. And don't be surprised if Nick Saban turns to his guys and say, don't ask the quarterback to do too much. Don't ask him to go out there and win the game. Whereas Miami is going to lean on the Eric King to win the game. So as I'm saying, that plus 19.5 is just way too much for me. So Football Friday thoughts and analysis right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Bash. And of course, you are going to get involved in the action. Don't forget my friends over at FanDuel Sportsbook. College football is back, and FanDuel Sportsbook is making Week 1 even more exciting because right now all customers get a risk-free bet on any Week 1 game. That's right. Place a Week 1 college football bet and get a refund in site credit if you don't win. It's offers like this are just one of the many reasons I love betting college football on FanDuel Sportsbook. Their app is easy to use with safe and secure, fast payouts. And if you're new to FanDuel Sportsbook, if you sign up with my promo code Hennig, you get enhanced 30-1 odds on the big college football game of the season. That's right. Georgia or Clemson. Who you think is going to win? All you got to do is sign with promo code Hennig, and you get enhanced 31 odds and turn a $5 bet into $150 payout. So new users, sign up, make your first deposit to kick off college football season with promo code Hennig on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or to play and present in New Jersey. Must wager in designated offer market. $10 first deposit required. $100 max bonus for new users. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Couple more thoughts, a couple more games to look at this weekend. San Jose State at USC. Depending on what book you're looking at, it's anywhere between 14 and 16-point spread. I think it's a closer game than that. I do not trust USC's defense. I think their D coordinator is one of the most overrated coaches in all of college football. I think San Jose State is going to keep it close with USC, and they pull it out in the end. So I like that spread there. One more game to throw at you before we run out of real estate here. Sunday night on 97.3 ESPN, we have Florida State taking on Notre Dame. It's in Tallahassee. I'm a big believer in road games the first week of the season, not favoring certain teams. Notre Dame is a brand new quarterback coming in, Jack Cohn. I understand that Notre Dame's got a very talented running back, but Florida State in their second year under Mike Norvell, guys are bought in, guys are focused. They had a full off season. They're not worried about transfers anymore. They're not worried about coaching turnover. They're worried about winning. Give me Florida State +7 at home against Notre Dame. 7 is way too much, in my opinion. I also like Ole Miss, the -9.5, -10. I think Matt Corral is going to be a potential Heisman Trophy candidate for Ole Miss this year. All right, there's some college football analysis for you heading into a big college football weekend. Of course, you can follow me on Twitter at Josh Hennig, because I'll be tweeting all weekend long with college football games. Coming up next, Happy Hour with Pete Thompson here on the Bash.
Tomorrow on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA football, it's a top 20 showdown in the Big Ten as the 12th-ranked Wisconsin Badgers host the number 19 Penn State Nittany Lions. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join Tiki Barber and me for all the action as these two Big Ten elites square off in an early season matchup. It's Wisconsin and Penn State. If it's college football, it's right here.
Coverage begins at noon on 97.3 ESPN.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding...
A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him!
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City.
Five o'clock hour of the Sports Bash, Happy Hour Friday, Football Friday here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Talk more about a plethora of things. The one and only Pete Thompson joins us as he does each Friday at this time here on 97.3 ESPN as we pop him up on the video stream. Hello, Pete. There you are on the stream.
Hi,
Pete,
Josh.
how are you doing on this Friday?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm excited that it's Friday. I'm excited that it's a football Friday. I'm excited that it's a long holiday weekend.
Did you get a haircut?
They're all in the same place. I put some product in there, and
That's probably what it is then.
Back to school time, so I gotta be all coiffed and coiffed and whatnot. But what I'm not excited about, Joshua.
Yes.
You want to know what grade I got on my fantasy football draft that I did last night?
I don't, because our fantasy football draft is next week, so I don't know what you got last night in your other draft.
In my other league. Now, there's only 10 teams in this league. Okay.
That's fine.
Now, but I want to preface this story by telling you that, I'm back to school. So that means up at 5 a.m, right? And then when I got home from school yesterday, I had to take a test called the Praxis. And if there's anybody out there that knows the Praxis, that is basically like as an adult having to sit for the SAT. It's that kind of a test, right?
Okay.
So I had to take the writing part of it. And, you'd say, hey, you write, PT writes, you can do it. You're getting into some grammar and some argumentative stuff, and it's a little bit more detailed than just writing for radio. So I did that. and I finished that. And then at 7:30, we began our fantasy football draft. Now, PPR league, by the way, it's important to say that. Right off the bat, I think I was 5th out of 10. So right smack in the middle. And, you're supposed to do all the mock drafts and all this whatnot. Right off the bat, I see this run on running backs and guys going. So on the league that I'm looking at and on the board that I'm looking at, the name that's there is Josh Allen. So I take Josh Allen. And the guy right behind me immediately grabs Patrick Mahomes. And I'm thinking, whoops. And from that point on, it all went downhill. So 10 teams. They did not pick me DFL, and I know you know what those letters stand for, but they picked me 9th out of 10 and gave me a grade of a D+. D, like dunce, like dummy, like D. Yeah, not B, D. So that was my grade. So if you should be licking your chops at this story. You'd be like, I can't wait to have the 97-3 league. But remember, Schweimer is playing in it too. So, between the two of us, somebody's going to be ranked last.
So let's since you decided to go down this road, let's fully go down this road. Okay.
Well, it's a happy hour Friday. I mean, we can talk sports, but this is fun.
Well, a couple things. One, the first thing we got to work out this year is apparently, and this will be my 4th year doing the league. I'm the league manager, for those who don't know. I cannot do what I used to do.
Is manager different than commissioner?
I think it's the one and the same.
All right, just checking.
It's one and the same.
All right.
But as the league commissioner / manager, whatever you want to call it, apparently the last couple times, because in the past, Pete, I typically do a draft, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, baseball. I do my fantasy drafts while I'm doing other things, right?
All right. Okay.
Like, I'll go to the gym and I'll get the do in my ear, and then I'll go on my phone and I'll stop what I'm doing. And I'm at work or something. Apparently, because of the last 2 years, we have had technical issues that nobody wants to take responsibility for their actions. So last year,
I've hit a nerve. This is great.
Mike Gill claimed that the system did let him pick who he wanted, and it auto drafted him Dalvin Cook.
All right.
The year before, we had another individual who's no longer with us at the station, who's somewhere else now, who basically completely botched the draft. I had to restart the draft. Then I got yelled at for how I restarted the draft. It became a complete catastrophe. Okay. And then, of course, Billy was complaining about it too. And so this year, I am going to have to plant myself in front of a computer.
Yes.
Because apparently I am not dealing with technically proficient adults. I'm dealing with people who all want excuses and are all horrible at communicating, even though we work in the communications business.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's the first thing. The second thing is, Pete, I'm frankly surprised at the number of people who have completely checked out of this league this year, because the 2-time third place runner-up in this league, Scott Grayson, is not going to be in the league this year.
2-time third place runner-up. Got it.
Yeah. Well, if you get third place, you get your buy-in back.
Okay, very good.
The way I
pay? No, I'm just kidding.
The way I do the league is your first place gets the biggest pot, second place gets another pot because they got to the championship game, and then third place is the guy who wins the consolation game. Yeah. So you get your buy-in back. I feel like that's a nice way to incentivize people to keep trying throughout the whole thing.
That's true. That's common. Yep.
So my thing is that so I lost one guy. I lost another guy because he no longer works here anymore. Okay. I lost another guy because he no longer works here anymore. I've had 2 other people turn me down. One of them being Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports, who joins us coming up about 20 minutes from now, because he's already in 10 fantasy leagues.
10?
Yes.
Oh, my God, 10.
Yeah. So he doesn't.
Oh, my God.
He can't fit in an 11th league.
I would imagine so. If you have that many, you're basically canceling each other out.
Right.
You're rooting for a guy and then you're playing against that guy.
Right. It becomes a mess. So I feel like that's an adequate excuse. I was told by one person this week who works in sales that he can't do it because he's bad at setting his fantasy lineups and he's too busy with his toddler. So we got that guy.
Fine. Yep, I know who that guy is. Sure. Okay.
Okay. I've had another.
We don't want anybody in the league that's not setting their lineups. There is the integrity of the league.
Correct. But then on the flip side, I have another individual who they didn't tell me overtly no, but they kind of told me no because of the fact that they claim that unless the buy-in is big enough, it's not a good use of their time to have to track their lineup and set their lineup every week.
That's funny.
To which I told the individual that it would be completely unethical, in my opinion, if the commissioner of the league, yours truly, asked for a buy-in that was more than he himself could afford.
Right. There you go. Okay,
So,
I'm with you.
This individual is asking, saying, the buy-in should be this high number. And I saw the text and my eye, like I did the rock, the raise of the eye, like, you want me to make the buy-in for the 97.3 ESPN league that high?
Yeah.
And their reason was, well, if I'm going to spend my time on it. So
that's funny.
Even though they didn't give me an overt no,
it sounds like a no.
It's enough of a no. You know what I mean?
So are we going to have a league? How many players are there?
We have a league. We're going to have 10 people. But getting those 10 people has turned into being the bane of my existence. Because apparently the whole world has other things to do, or they have excuses.
Labor Day weekend, but,
No, we're not having the draft this weekend. It's after Labor Day weekend.
Okay.
The point is that fantasy football is meant to be fun.
It
is. You throw some money in to kind of like, so you have a little skin in the game kind of thing, as the old saying goes with the sports book commercials, right? But the point is that if you have all these other things going on in your life that you can't do fantasy football, I mean, come on. I mean, what is going on here?
Say what the number was that he wanted to. I assume it's he wanted to be that was too high. What was that number?
Well, here's the problem. I don't want to say if it was a he or a she.
Fine.
because the individual.
All right, that individual. So what was the number that individual or they wanted to? What was the number that gave you sticker shock?
I am literally going to pull it up so I don't misquote the text.
Okay.
Because this person.
Fine.
So you Pete may figure out who this is when I read it.
Okay.
But the audience won't know.
All right. Here
obviously my phone is opposite, so nobody can see the actual screen over here.
Very good. Yeah. All the rules are in place.
Right. Here is the quote, and I'm quoting from the individual who texted me this. I think you should make it $50 or $100 buy-in. If I'm going to take all the time and energy to do those lists and put in my lineup, I want the payout to be big, unquote.
Well, $50. I mean, what is the buy-in? So what is it? Currently?
Every year it's 25.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So really they're just asking to double the buy-in.
Correct.
All right.
And like I said, and obviously me revealing what the buy-in is, what I previously said earlier about you can't ask the commissioner to ask for a buy-in that he may not comfortably be putting in. I do not make a ton of money, despite the fact that I'm here as much as I am.
Right. It's all right. It's all right.
There's some funniness going on this year with this league.
But you're missing the point of my initial story, which is to say that the great and powerful PT got a D in my draft. That's the point.
But the point, the other point,
the rest of the league, you should be licking your chops. Who do I have this week? Oh, great. I'm playing Pete. Woohoo. That's a W.
Yeah. Well, the other side of that conversation, Pete, is the fact that you may learn from that experience and you may be more focused and more zoned in this upcoming week when we have our draft next week. So,
Your Honor, can I have a follow-up question? Is our draft timed? Because the draft I did last night was the first one that I'd in a long time I think I did that was not only timed, but it was 90 seconds. It was a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's usually 90 seconds on the time draft.
All right. Well, that clock's ticking, and PT was a little delirious by that point in the evening. So I was like, sure. Click.
Now, I will ask, for the sake of complete transparency, I got to make sure I schedule this draft early enough for the PT, because PT has to wake up early for school.
That is correct.
So I got to factor that in as well. So
Yes.
there's a lot of variables that I'm still working through. But the goal is we're going to have the draft next week. We got 10 people. The
Good.
buy-in is probably $25.
All right, I'll leave it in your mailbox. You got it. Cash or charge? Tell me how you'd like it.
I can't believe we just spent 13 minutes talking about that.
And it was wonderful. I enjoyed every one of those 13 minutes.
Does anybody?
I was going to say, just like I enjoy the fact that high school football's back, and there was a bunch of games last night, and then there's even some good games tonight. So if it's a football Friday, we'll keep talking about that.
Sure, and we got the Holy War tonight, Holy Spirit versus St. Joe's, so you got that going on tonight. You got Absegami versus Atlantic City.
Mm-hmm. And then Notre Dame plays Notre Dame Academy is at St. Augustine, and then Clearview is at Vineland, I think, are the games that are out there. Now, did Lower Cape May play Glassboro at 10 in the morning, or was that an old schedule that I'm looking at?
So here's the thing. I saw the same schedule, but I haven't seen an update on the actual game. So I actually have no idea they actually played already, or if that was just a typo.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, and I used to go through that experience myself. But suffice to say, I'm happy. It feels, it's a little bit crisper out there, right? We're not melting anymore.
I'm personally glad about that.
Right, Ida is gone. Thank you. Get out of here, you whatever, blankety bleepity bleep. And here we are, September 3rd. Bring it on, baby.
Pete, I gotta ask you about a couple other sports things, if you don't mind.
Actual sports things, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So the Phillies have scored 7 or more runs in 7 straight games for the first time since 1933.
Right.
According to Baseball Reference.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with the Phillies, Pete? Because I feel like this entire week, I've mentioned this multiple times. Everywhere I go, hosting this show this week, as I have every day for Mike Gill, online, people messaging the show, people I run into. There's only 2 topics the entire week. It's Eagles/football, or it's Ben Simmons and the Sixers.
Right.
Nobody cares that the Phillies have won 6 straight and their offense is finally scoring, and they're doing it without Rhys Hoskins. Pete, what do you do with the Phils?
Well, I'm going to see him, by the way. I haven't given up on him yet. I got tickets to go see him. I guess it's Tuesday the 14th. I'm going to go up and check him out against the Chicago Cubs. And I feel like the Cubs are completely mailing it in. So that's a game they have a chance to win. You did report already on the news, right, tonight that they made a lineup change. The original lineup had Torreyes in the lineup. Now he's out of the lineup. And
right, they had to pull him from the lineup.
Right, but we're not sure why yet, correct?
Right, not yet. I mean, I at least haven't seen a specific report on the reason for the updated lineup. What I do know for sure is they shuffled around the pitching rotation as well. We know exactly why. Apparently, the Phillies want to have Wheeler go on Monday instead of Sunday because the Brewers are throwing their best pitcher, Woodruff. So they want it to be the Phillies' best pitcher versus the Brewers' best pitcher. And then the third game, they have Kyle Gibson, the Phillies' probably second best pitcher versus the Brewers' second best pitcher, Peralta. So they recalibrated. So we don't even know who's starting on Sunday yet right now.
Well, and that's true, but Gibson's going tonight, and he's been their best pitcher. He's 10-5, a 2.94 ERA. I mean, hands down, that's not even close, right? Gibson's been their best pitcher. But you asked me about the streak, right?
Yes.
So let's go back there. 7 runs in each of their last 7 games.
We're streaking, Pete. We're streaking
since 1900. Let's go in the quad. It's so great.
Yes.
Yes, I knew where you were going with that. Man, you got to go back to 1903 when they had a longer streak. It's to me, it's it's a lineup that's coming together, and quite frankly, it's Bryce Harper carrying them and the catalyst for it, and then all the other pieces are coming together as well. Look, the other day, full disclosure, we were doing 3 days in service. It was a day game. It was one of those things where I'm at school doing something. I look down and I see an alert, and I'm like, oh, Phillies notes. Okay, forward, right? And I always forward that to Billy, and I forward those to Scott McKay, and I generally sometimes will forward them to you even because I'm like, I don't know if you get them or not. And I said, well, let me just throw them in these, right? And I forwarded it, and then again, I came home, took that test, so I turned my phone off, and also they made me take off my dumb watch, Josh. I don't have an iWatch or an iPhone, and what do they call those things? What's the
smartwatch?
Yeah, I don't have a smartwatch. I got a dumb watch, and they made me take that off. But anyhow, I digress. So I had no clue that they how yesterday's game went. I had to rely completely on highlights to see that once again Aaron Nola was, an alien and not who we thought he was, and just not right, and something's wrong with him. Then they fell behind, and then they marched all the way back and rallied back and won the game, and McCutchen was a big reason why, apparently.
Dude, let me tell you something.
Yeah, dude.
That game yesterday, because it was on while I was on the air. And I came on the radio at the beginning. I was like, oh, it's 0-0. And immediately I turn around and it's 1-0. And Nationals. I'm like, all right. But then when I saw Freddie Galvis misplay that ball,
yeah,
and I was like, they're going to lose this game. Their best fielder messed up. To me, that's a bad omen, right? Like, you think the worst fielder not fielding the ball is a bad omen. And you know what happens? They roar back and win the game later in the innings, and they hang on 7-6 by the skin of their teeth thanks to Archie Bradley. And I'm just like,
who maybe has figured it out. Maybe Archie Bradley's figured it out. Look, I'll just say this, okay?
Well, you know who hasn't figured out, Pete? It's Girardi, because Girardi has the same answer whether they win or lose now. They scored 2 runs. He doesn't understand it. They scored 12 runs. He doesn't understand it. Girardi doesn't know what to do with his own team at this point.
Well, that's true, except just keep running them out there and trying to see if they can then actually get to, the postseason. I mean, here's the thing, too. This is so typical Phillies. So they sweep the Nationals, right? They went 9-1 at Nationals Park this season. That's the most wins by an opponent in one season since that place opened in 2008. And where do they go this weekend? Where is I'll use your words that you used earlier in the show. Where has the bane of the Phillies' existence been on the road the last couple of years? That's where they're going. They're in Miami, and no, it's not the Will Smith cool song. It's Miami of like, wait a second, we can't win here for some inexplicable reason. 7-12 since the start of 2019. They showed up in Miami last year, and they had the 5th best record in the National League, and then dropped 5 of 7. And then basically that killed their playoff hopes. So this weekend, this big holiday weekend, right? They're in Miami to start the holiday weekend. Is it going to be like sunshine, rainbows, and daiquiris? Or is it going to be arsenic, storms, and get your butt out of here? How's it going to go?
Well, the other thing is that, and I talked with Bob Wankel about this a couple hours ago, Pete, on one TV, if you go out to a local establishment tomorrow and you see the Phillies have 400 people at the Marlins game in Miami, and you turn over and you see Clemson versus Georgia, and it's going to be 50,000 people losing their minds.
That's right.
There's going to be a party that's like, why am I watching this Phillies game again?
I was sad that Rutgers and Temple got rained out, because it looked like Rutgers was actually going to fill their stadium for the first time since Schiano came back. And now they are going to play tomorrow.
They're playing tomorrow, but obviously it's under not the best circumstances because of the storm damage.
Right. So, but hey, you're talking about big crowds, even Rutgers in their down years drew more than it seems the Marlins are able to draw.
The Marlins are arguably the worst fan base in baseball.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You get a major league team. There's towns out there, Josh, that would kill to have a major league baseball.
They have air conditioning indoors in that building. The whole idea was that they were in Miami and they were enticing people to come in from the heat and the humidity and come inside for the air conditioning and a good time. And Miami's like, you know what? I got a club to go to instead.
That was their selling point, huh?
That was part of it, yeah.
Jeez. What do we got here? We got Gibson tonight, Rangers Suarez tomorrow. What'd you tell me on Sunday again?
It's TBD. It's probably going to be a bullpen.
Right, because then they're going to push Wheeler to the Labor Day Monday. Got it.
Correct.
Yeah. Sounds good. All right. And we don't have to talk about the Eagles. They're far enough away. We can.
Well, you'll talk about the Eagles with Billy Schweim on Sunday. I've heard word that you guys are...
Yeah, do you know who else? Wait, let me put my pinky up. There you go. Mr. Pinky himself, Mr. Brian Baldinger. Love that guy. Nobody breaks down offensive line tape like Brian Baldinger. Think Billy will have about 8 questions about Jordan Mailata?
I think, no, okay. Here's how the conversation goes.
You're going to predict Billy's questions.
It's going to be Billy tells Baldy how much he loves him and how he's the best analyst on TV. Okay. Then it's going to be Billy's going to ask him about Jalen Hurts. He's going to ask him about Sirianni. Okay. Then he's going to ask him about Jordan Mailata. Then he's going to ask him about Zach Ertz.
All
You
right.
might get a question or two in, and then by that point, it'll be 16 minutes, and then you have to go to break.
Well, hey, if you and I can do 10 on fantasy football, and it is Billy's show, we ought to let Billy do what I love the guy. Come on.
Yeah, it's all in good fun with Billy.
Absolutely.
Although he should have gotten me his promo earlier than he did, because that was a real pain in the butt. But
right, but
it's like Billy, I'm hosting this show today. I'm on the air for 4 hours. I'm doing a million things, and you waited until after 1:40 to send me the promo.
But Josh, you don't understand.
Also, he wanted to blame me for why his phone. We were on the phone earlier, and on my way in, his phone dropped. But he blamed my phone for it. Josh, your phone's going straight to voicemail. And I'm thinking, yeah, because I'm calling you.
I think it's the ultimate compliment when someone we love to both impersonate him. You, me, Gil, we all love to do Billy. So that's the ultimate compliment. That's the way I look at it.
All right, Pete. We'll catch you on Sunday with Billy Schwein, 10 a.m. here on 97.3 ESPN.
Give Jeff Kerr my best. Happy weekend, Josh. Talk to you soon.
All right, Pete. Have a good one. Pete Thompson here on Happy Hour Football Friday here on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up on the side, the aforementioned Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports joins us. He had a one-on-one interview with Jalen Hurts. Talk to him about it next here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Seattle City.
Tomorrow, college football on ESPN Radio is back.
Welcome, everybody, to the college football season.
It's a monster opening weekend showdown as the third-ranked Clemson Tigers face the fifth-ranked Georgia Bulldogs.
For the first time in a long time, the Bulldogs' deep threat can bite.
Run it. Number 3, Clemson. Number 5, Georgia. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7 Eastern.
The nation's top college football action on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's football station.
can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig back here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Of course, Jeff Kerr joins the Sports Bash every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here on 97.3 ESPN. His appearance on the Bash being brought to you by the Expert Solar Team of New Jersey. That's EMT Solar and Roofing and the Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today by visiting ESPNsolar.com. And as promised, Jeff Kerr joins us this is very interesting. Jeff is wearing white on the final quote-unquote summer weekend of the year. Jeff, I want to know, is the dress attire purposeful because Labor Day weekend is this weekend?
Actually, no, that's just the shirt I'm deciding to run in later tonight.
Okay.
So, I did say he's wearing white on the road tomorrow, so I guess if you really want to go deep into it, but yeah, Josh, that was just, oh, look, what shirt goes with my shorts? Okay, yeah, this will work.
I mean, some people, so I don't know where you stand on this, but for a long time here, when I moved to South Jersey, I got a very quick education in you don't wear white after Labor Day. Apparently that's like a thing in this area. I don't understand why.
What is wrong with people? Like, who cares?
Dude, if you listen, you've been on the internet. People care about things that don't matter, and they're very passionate about it, okay?
So this is how my Twitter's going today. Thank you, Travis Kelce. Thank you, Tyreek Hill, for blowing it up.
I saw that. Travis Kelce hit you up.
Yeah. Thank you guys for blowing it up and getting all these Vikings fans all upset because their precious record where their two great Hall of Fame wide receivers didn't win a Super Bowl. Now they're saying, oh, we have a quarterback like Mahomes. I'm like, you have Randall Cunningham. Like, what are you talking about? They act like some people act like Randall Cunningham stinks now. I don't get it.
People are nuts, man. They're very emotional about things. They're very irrational.
They are definitely very irrational. I'm finding this out with Jalen Hurts too. It's like you either love Jalen Hurts or you hate Jalen Hurts.
Oh yeah,
you see already. It's ridiculous. I even asked him about that today, and he just kind of laughed. He's like, whatever.
Well, listen, we know even before you spoke to Jalen Hurts, he has a history of being very, I'm on a mission. I have a task at hand. I have a job in front of me. He's just always been that kind of guy. So he is literally, to me, the opposite of Carson Wentz in terms of personality, mentality. Carson Wentz was just like disconnected from reality. Jalen Hurts gets it, but Jalen Hurts also doesn't let it affect him.
No, and it was funny that I previewed it. Yeah, he gave me only one word answer the entire interview, the entire 15 minutes. And it was, okay, so what do you have to do to basically create the winning culture in Philadelphia? Win. We both laughed about it. We're like, that's a perfect answer. Like, why go deep into this? Like, you don't have to give me a documentary or win. All right. I don't know why Ben Simmons can't figure that out. I don't know.
Look, I said it earlier in the show. I'll say it again. Philadelphia is a blue-collar city. They want their athletes to grind like they do because the fans look at it in places like New York City and Chicago and Philadelphia and Boston and in these towns where these people have to work their tail off to make their money. So if they're going to spend a stupid amount of money to go to a game and buy your gear and support their team, they just want you to care almost as much as they do. And they look at a guy like Ben Simmons, who apparently wants to be wanted and appreciated. And they look at him and be like, tough it up, kid. Because, when I was a kid, my dad ran me up and down the hill.
Exactly. And I've also said this too. And my dad told me this years and years ago. And I've always kept this with me. And I've told athletes this, and a lot of them actually agree. At the end of the day, they make more money in one day than you probably do a whole year. So if you think about it, they don't really care about what you think. So don't really worry about their opinions on a lot of things. And I'm like, okay, like, and I've told like a couple of athletes that, and they actually agree with it. They're like, hey, look, we have to do our service to the fans because they're the ones eventually making us our money. So, again, like, and I've talked to like some people about Ben Simmons. They're like, why doesn't that guy shoot? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, it's almost like a quarterback. Him not shooting is like a quarterback not throwing the ball. It's like you're afraid to throw the ball. You're afraid of the result. And it's funny because there's so many jokes about that. I know we're not talking NFL right now, but in a way we kind of are. And I was like joking about it. Like, I've actually had some girls say to me, hey, shoot your shot because that's one more shot than Ben Simmons will take. Isn't that awesome?
Now, see, those are the kind of people that I need to meet. Okay, because
I have too many friends. That's what it is. I know way too many people who just come up with funny stuff, and they know I'm a season ticket.
We just learned something. I need to meet your friends. That's what we just found out. Okay,
that's what we'll do. I'm like, hey, I'll introduce you to my boy Josh. It's a sports radio. Maybe I won't go that route, but I'll be like, yeah, man, he talks sports for a living. That will go over well.
Well, no, it's better if you tell people I work for a living because that's actually the key nowadays. I actually have a job. I work 6 days a week. I have my own car. I pay a mortgage. Tell them that.
That seems to be the trend these days. I'm like, look, I have all that crap and no one seems to care.
Right.
But they'll ask me who I interviewed. Like, oh, what famous people you've interviewed? I'll be like, Patrick Mahomes. Like,
Tony Romo.
Out there right away. They're like, oh, like anybody more famous? I'm like, besides LeBron, who is there?
Right.
So I'm very sarcastic when it comes to that stuff, but it is funny though. Like that's the trend these days.
Yeah. If I had $1 for every time somebody asked me who the most famous person I've interviewed is, I'd probably have at least $200. Like it really is one of the funnier questions I've gotten over the years because when you answer the question and it's someone that you're trying to like downplay because you know how it is. People like us, we don't make a big deal about our job.
No, we don't.
We don't run around with a billboard saying this is my job kind of thing. Yeah. So it's like when people get like try to pull it out of us and we actually like open up a little bit, people will just like their reactions are not what they expected their reaction was going to be.
It's actually crazy too. Like I interviewed Brett Favre last year and we talked for like 2 hours just on football, on life, on everything. And like, I kind of knew about this, like his addiction to painkillers, but it was so crazy how people like either A, forgot or B, just didn't know. And they're like, the guy would like, he told me I would pop like 14 a day easily. And like, he would just go through like, I was in so much pain. Like it actually is incredible when he says, he looks back and said, I started how many games in a row? Like, this is ridiculous. Like, and he loves Tom Brady. He loves those guys. But like Brett Favre was doing like Patrick Mahomes things when I don't want to say football was harder, but when you definitely got hit every time you played football, it was kind of ridiculous. Like I would watch old Brett Favre games. He got hit every time he threw.
Oh, every time. And that's why it's even more amazing he survived that many games in a row.
Yeah. And it's funny. Like I asked him too, how hard was it for you to take yourself out? Like just say, I'm not playing. He said, oh, it was easy because I couldn't play. like if it was minor, he's like, no, I'm in. Like, and like he said, everybody thought I really cared like about my streak and all that stuff. I really didn't. He said it was just he kept wanting to play football. He wanted to play football for as long as he could because he said I knew it. And he said I literally knew what I was going to do when I was done. Work on my ranch. That's all I was going to do. I always invested my money. I took care of myself. I took care of my family. I got more money than I could drink. And, he wasn't bragging. He was just smart with it. And he said, I literally just mow and take care of my ranch every single day. And he said, for some reason, people care about what I have to say about certain players.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, joining us here, as he does every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here on The Bash on 97.3 ESPN. At Jeff Kerr CBS on Twitter. Jeff, I don't want to give away any details of your Hurts interview. I want to leave that for people to read next week, obviously. But I want to ask you, was there something about him that made you say, I get it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, was there a moment in talking to him that'd be like, I get it why Lane Johnson worked out with this guy. I get it why players gravitate toward him. I get it why all the stories about him at Alabama and Oklahoma are true. Like, was there a moment when you were talking one-on-one that the light bulb went off and be like, I see it now. Like, I see it even more clearly.
He's just a straight shooter, honestly. Like, he doesn't hold anything back. Now, I will tease this. I did ask him about certain competitions he has with a certain quirky head coach. He's like, come on, man. You know I can't talk about that stuff. And, we were laughing about it, but it's like, come on. I'm like, you don't have a rock, paper, scissors story for me. Like, come on. I'm like, help me out, help you out. And he's like, nah, man. He said, I know how this works. And I'm like, all right. But, he said, I'm not Gardner Minshew. And then we kind of laughed.
That's a good answer right there. I'm not Gardner Minshew. There
not Gardner Minshew. I'm not going to put that in the story. But it is funny he said it. But, yeah, overall, I just feel like this guy is a blue-collar guy. He works hard at everything he does. And he is focused on one thing, and that is winning football games. He doesn't care about the outside noise. He said this is what he pretty much said when I told him, hey, you do know what they say about the Eagles, right? About last place, and they're going to be the worst team in the league. You're the worst quarterback in the league. He goes, you think I need to listen to that stuff to motivate me? Like, I'm already motivated. I'm a hungry dog. And I'm like, boy, this guy, I'm like, you do know about hungry dogs. And I'll tell you what really hit Josh. So I'm asking how he's enjoying the city of Philadelphia, life in Philadelphia, et cetera. And he said, I got to get this off my chest. He said, I never wanted what happened with Harvey here. And he said, and it happened with Ida. And he just said, I never want this city to go through what they went through this week. He said, I saw the pictures. He said, I've been through Harvey. He said, it's not fun. It's terrible. Like, this shouldn't happen to a good city. And I'm like, and I asked him, did he do anything to help in Houston? He said, hey, if I had some money, I would have. So, he's honest, and I give him credit for that. But yeah, it was a really good 15, 20-minute talk, just kind of talk about the year. We talked a lot about Devonta Smith, a lot about Jalen Reagor, guys like that, what makes him a leader, what makes him him. I was asking him about, cover two defenses and stuff like that. He didn't want to get too into detail with it, but, he talked about Brian Johnson a lot. It was a lot. Like Nick Sirianni, we talked a little bit about. I'll say this. The guy won't throw anybody under the bus. He literally is the anti-Carson Wentz. Carson never did either, but you could tell he had it's not me. It's
right, exactly. Carson Wentz never took responsibility for anything. Everything was, we got to play better. I got to do better. It never was, I shouldn't have stared at Zach Ertz versus the Bengals and allowed the defender 4 seconds to decide whether they want to intercept the ball or not.
Yeah. I told him, he's a corporate guy, right? He's got a couple deals going on. I can't really say anything, but he actually endorsed the product he was to win week 1. And I'm like, come on, man. But he laughed about it. You can tell the guy just has a good time, and he doesn't like interviews. You can tell. It's man, I gotta do it. Okay, fine. But you get him to open up. He does talk. It's just you got to get the 1-sentence answers out of him. I told him, I'm like, where's your rent is due shirt? He goes, man, you wore that yesterday. So. It's one of those. I'm like, don't you have different colored shirts or anything? He's saying no. And so just trying to get him loosened up a bit. But yeah, you can tell he's a young player. It's not everybody is, how can I say it? And I think that's a fun part of the job. You don't know what you're going to get with some of these guys when you talk to them for the first time, one-on-one. Patrick Mahomes, I could talk about anything with him. I mentioned, about ketchup, his eyes lit up. He's like, you know what? I still will always remember this quote from Patrick Mahomes. And whenever he goes to the Hall of Fame, I'm going to bring it up to him. I'm like, do you remember the time you told me about ketchup? About putting ketchup on steak? He goes, you know what? If I'm going to pay all this money for a steak, I'm going to eat it however the hell I want. I'm like, that is an awesome quote. It's, and that's how I look at cheesesteaks. You guys can judge your cheesesteaks however you want. But if I'm paying for it, I'm getting what I want on it. And, it's funny. Everything you learn from a guy like him, that's the one quote that always runs. And that's how I feel with Jalen Hurts. Okay, so what's the one thing you got to do to bring winning culture back to Philadelphia? Win.
Jeff, I want to ask you a couple other things that are not specifically Jalen Hurts related. Obviously, since the Eagles' first 53 came out, the roster has ebbed and flowed. It's been a fluid situation. Any of the moves this week surprise you, stand out to you? What are your thoughts on the last few days of moves?
Yeah, I'm still shocked J.J. Arcega-Whiteside's on this roster, if you want to be honest. And, I didn't think he was going to make it. I thought they'd still kind of give Travis Fulgham a chance, but I got to give J.J. credit. He outplayed the guy. So I still think they're going to add somebody in there, like you would think, right? They add Keyshawn Johnson, okay, but maybe John Brown, maybe a veteran wide receiver. Again, there's not much on the open market, but it is interesting. Like I kind of like how Jordan Howard's back on the practice squad. I have a feeling he's going to get back on the active roster at some point. There's 2 open roster spots, Josh. So you have to wonder where they're going. Like, are they going to 2 guys on the practice squad, or is Nick Sirianni going to get creative here and maybe add an extra DB for that week that they play Atlanta, because Atlanta's going to provide so many different coverage schemes and all that. It's really going to be interesting. And, I'll give another Jalen Hurts quote away. He'll say, hey, man, we're just 8 more sleeps away. And I'm like, he's already ready. It's actually astounding. I'll give him credit for it. I'm like, he's just like us. He's ready to play football.
A non-Eagles move that happened this week that I think is going to stand out, at least to me. When I saw the Patriots claimed Malcolm Perry off waivers.
How about that?
I mean, talk about a Belichick move. Go get the guy from Annapolis. Go bring him to New England. Anybody who plays fantasy football, get rid of James White. Just forget about it. Like, Malcolm Perry's going to have a package now.
Oh, by the way, what team was he just on earlier in the week?
The Dolphins.
Yeah, and who are they playing week 1?
Brian Flores and the Dolphins.
Yeah, he's not a fool. I'll say that. And again, I'm kind of excited now. It's Mac versus Tua. I was hoping it'd be Mac versus Tua because, I love how the Dolphins are sticking up for Tua right now, because I don't think they should trade for Deshaun Watson at all. I don't think they need him. I think Tua is completely fine. But I think what they tried to do was, okay, we got a quarterback who's pretty good, who can help your franchise out. Oh, by the way, we don't want to give up all this extra draft capital. So it is interesting. And I did see, like, Houston's not going to play him, but they're going to pay him. Like, he's like a hold-in in this. He's not really a hold-in, actually. I don't know what, but why don't they just kind of just play him? Like, what can happen? Like, just play the guy. Like, if he doesn't want to play, then you get to fine him, and then he gets to sit, and you don't get anything. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. To me, I think the NFL is do what they always do. They mishandle everything that comes off the field issues. They're so inconsistent. Just you're telling me that nobody has enough information to decide whether they should suspend this guy or not. Like, just come out with a statement. Say something aside from we're still investigating.
The NCAA was quicker to hand down sanctions to Penn State than the NFL is on this Deshaun Watson case. It's kind of ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Speaking of quarterbacks, former quarterback in Philadelphia, Carson Wentz, apparently spoke to the Colts media more this week than he did the entire time in Philadelphia, basically. I don't know what's more surprising, the fact that he had that much to say about his foot, or the fact that he was that willing to converse about the COVID protocols.
Exactly. And, I can see why he doesn't speak, honestly, because he seems to just dig that little hole deeper and deeper and deeper every time he talks. And, the whole it's a personal decision. Well, a personal decision means no. So we already knew that. And then he goes into the reasons why. And, honestly, he'd probably be better off just saying, I'm a man of faith. It's, who is his PR rep? Who helps his? Like, I remember when he was here, I couldn't get within 5 yards of talking to him. How can I get Jalen Hurts right away, but I can't talk to Carson Wentz ever? I used to joke with other quarterbacks around the league about this, and off the record stuff we talk about Carson Wentz and all that. Nothing worth repeating here. But it's he is an odd dude. I will say that. I don't know, Josh. Everybody's like, oh man, he's going to elevate the Colts. And I keep telling people, I hope he does well, but I just don't see it ending well for him.
Well, listen, and I've said this on the radio before, and I don't have this on any special sources or anything, but listen, I'm convinced that because he grew up in North Dakota from a sheltered environment, didn't get exposed to the real world, didn't grow up very cultured, he didn't get any scholarships coming out of high school, barely at all. He goes to North Dakota State. The first time he left the state was when he played football in college, by the way. All right. This is a guy who comes from a very sheltered environment. So the moment he got outside of that environment, he doesn't know how to relate to people. He doesn't know how to connect with people. He doesn't understand. Listen, Carson Wentz, I understand he has his faith. He's got Jesus, all that stuff. But you know what? There's a lot of dudes who say that they believe in Jesus and they don't act like Carson Wentz. You know what I mean? And they all play in the NFL.
Jalen Hurts does. Like, he's a man of faith too. It's just a different type. I don't know. Like, my big thing was, and I don't know how much this would have ticked him off, but this is how Carson Wentz kind of doesn't get in touch with, like, reality. Do you remember the whole Instagram thing where he always had pictures of his first girlfriend, and like they always have, and all of a sudden there's another girl, and like I remember, I forget who found out, but like he was like upset about that apparently, or I guess like I'm like, dude, you're a celebrity, you're a superstar,
right?
Like this stuff happens. Like that's why I think it's so weird with Ben Simmons. You would feel like he's a guy who would know how to handle this stuff because he dated a Kardashian, and like. I feel like he wants to live that life, but he doesn't want to. You know what I mean? Like he wants to live that life, but he doesn't want to do what he did to get to that life. Like I don't know. It's definitely a different type of athlete these days, and like I think that's why people like the Kansas City Chiefs. You got real guys like Travis Kelce, like Tyreek Hill, like Patrick Mahomes. Andy Reid is Andy Reid. Like the whole franchise, like they all just kind of connect. They're down to earth with people, and they connect with that city. That's what I feel everybody connected with Philadelphia when they won the Super Bowl, because you had like guys like Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Malcolm Jenkins, Nick Foles. Like, I mean, it's just different. I feel like to have a successful team, sometimes you have to connect with the city you're in. Kansas City knows how to do that.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, at Jeff Kerr CBS on Twitter every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Jeff, I got 30 seconds before I let you go. Pete Thompson kind of asked me this question, so I'm passing it off to you. Pete Thompson wants to know, how are you in 10 fantasy football leagues?
Dude, you know what it is? I got too many friends who like, come join our league, and I can't say no. So I'm in 10 fantasy football leagues. I'm in way too many. And I just got conned into doing a work league. It was like, they're like, oh, it's $5. I'm like, I don't care. Like, whatever. And like, my team sucks. So, but this whole weekend, hardcore, Josh. It's all my drafts. And this is what drives me nuts. Well, you're an NFL writer. You should know this. I'm like, yeah, well, you're an accountant and you should know how to handle my books, and you don't. So, it's whatever. It's one of those, I'm going to finish in the top 3 in all my leagues. I'm going to get my money back. It's like what they say in The Hangover. It's not gambling if you know you're going to win.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Give him a follow at Jeff Kerr CBS. The Jalen Hurts one-on-one comes out next week. Jeff, enjoy your weekend. We'll get you on Wednesday because we're not here on Monday.
Sounds good, Josh. By the way, I got a couple one-on-ones. I'm sure Gill will be excited to hear about Tony Romo, Jalen Hurts, Travis Kelce. Sorry, I'm just kind of flexing right now.
Flex all you want, but just make sure you put on Twitter as well.
Oh, of course.
So we get the reactions like we did from Kelce and Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I got to get on him about that next week. I'm like, dude, stop blowing my Twitter up. I did that to myself, but again, I digress.
Jeff, catch you later.
See ya.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Jeff Kerr's appearance being brought to you by the expert solar team of New Jersey, EMT Solar and Roofing, and the Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today by visiting ESPNsolar.com. We'll wrap up the show coming up on the other side here on a happy hour Football Friday.
Tomorrow on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA football, it's a top 20 showdown in the Big Ten as the 12th-ranked Wisconsin Badgers host the number 19 Penn State Nittany Lions. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join Tiki Barber and me for all the action as these two Big Ten elites square off in an early season matchup. It's Wisconsin and Penn State. If it's college football, it's right here.
Coverage begins at noon on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey car owners, stop what you're doing and come see AJ, the trade-in man, at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Cancel that service appointment. Let your tires go bald. Don't put another penny in that old car. The value of your current vehicle has skyrocketed, so cash in your vehicle now. Used car values are at an all-time high. Your car may be worth more than you think. New 2021 Nissan Frontier 4x4 truck. 0 due at signing. Lease $349 per month. Stuck in a loan or lease? We can get you released. We'll buy your car for cash, even if you don't buy a car from us. Worried about your credit? Don't sweat it. Get $3,000 back on every 2021 Nissan Murano and pay 0 interest for 60 months in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, or online at mattblattnissan.com. Negative equity will be refinanced in the new vehicle. Rate qualifications exist. Not all will qualify. 0% APR based on 1667 per thousand borrowed. Offers can't be combined. 36-month, 10,000 miles per year lease. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/6/21. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, wrapping up the show, Josh Hennig filling in this week for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, everybody who commented throughout the week. A very busy, fun week. Of course, Sports Bash has been brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. Coming up next, North Carolina, 10th in the country, taking on Virginia Tech here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget the college football tripleheader tomorrow after Billy Schweim in the locker room. Starting with Penn State at Wisconsin at noon, Alabama versus the University of Miami at 3:30, and then Georgia versus Clemson at 7:30 tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN. You can follow me on Twitter at Josh Hennig. I'll be back on Tuesday in a regular slot of game night after Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great weekend, everybody.